Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration of Bill C-15, Budget 2025 Implementation Act Number 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Jennis.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain had 8 minutes left in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether you live in Toronto or a small town in southeast Saskatchewan, every dollar that Ottawa spends beyond its means ultimately comes out of the pockets of Canadians, either through taxes today or inflation tomorrow. Families in my riding tell me the same thing over and over. We're working harder than ever and somehow falling further behind. I've spoken with farm families, the people who feed this country and the world, who have found themselves relying on the food bank for the first time. Not because they're not working hard, they are, but because the cost of running a farm, the fuel, the fertilizer, insurance, machinery has outpaced the market and the market's return. In fact, farm receipts have fallen by 26% according to FCC. And this budget only worsens that reality by maintaining the industrial carbon tax that hikes the cost of food production and transport, increasing regulatory burden on resource development, making energy more expensive, adding new layers of bureaucracy instead of reducing costs for families and businesses. A government that claims affordability is its priority cannot pass a budget that consistently pushes Canadians toward the breaking point. It's a real missed opportunity to strengthen Canada's resource economy. Bill C-15 continues the troubling pattern. Policies that undermine the industries that have historically built and funded Canada's prosperity. In Saskatchewan, Alberta, Newfoundland and Labrador, energy and mining aren't abstract concepts. They're paychecks, municipal tax bases, and the economic backbone of entire regions. These industries want to innovate, reduce emissions, and expand opportunity. But they cannot do that when the federal government treats them as something to be managed rather than partners in national prosperity. The Budget Implementation Act does nothing to reverse the damaging emissions cap on oil and gas, create certainty for pipeline and export projects, provide competitive incentives for Canadian potash, uranium, helium, and rare earths, help provinces build the infrastructure needed for the next generation of small nuclear reactors. This is not a regional argument. A strong resource economy is a national benefit. Every hospital, school, and road in this country has been financed in part by the power of the resource-producing provinces. When the federal government undermines these industries, the entire country loses. As someone who has served at the provincial level, I have a deep respect for the constitutional division of powers. Provinces understand that communities, industries, and local needs far better than Ottawa ever can. Yet Bill C-15 accelerates a trend of federal expansion into areas that were never intended to be directed from the capital. Whether it is intrusion into natural resource development, agriculture, labour markets, or local infrastructure priorities, this budget assumes Ottawa always knows best. Local governments, provincial and municipal, need flexibility, not a one-size-fits-all directives buried in a 600-page document. Conservatives believe in restoring respect for the Federation. We believe in partnership, not paternalism. One of the most troubling parts of the budget is how much of the new spending goes not to frontline services, but expanding bureaucracy. Canadians don't need more gatekeepers. They need timely, reliable, efficient service from a government they fund. Yet we've seen longer passport delays, slower immigration processing, inconsistent service from EI and CPP call centres, growing regulatory backlogs at CFA and PMRA that hurt farmers, processors, and exporters. Despite record spending, Canadians are getting worse results. Bill C-15 does nothing to correct this. Having spent years doing business internationally, I can say with certainty, countries that succeed long-term do two things really well. They create stable conditions for investment, and they foster a regulatory environment that rewards productivity, innovation, and growth. Canada is falling behind in both. Meanwhile, our trading partners, notably the United States, are attracting investment at a pace we're not matching. That has direct consequences on jobs, wages, and long-term prosperity. This budget should have been an opportunity to signal to the world that Canada is open for business again. Instead, it signals that Canada is doubling down on complexity, cost, and uncertainty. For over 2 decades, I lived and worked in countries transitioning from centralized control to open markets. Those experiences taught me that simple truth. The more government tries to control every aspect of the economy, the more productivity fails, the more investment dries up, and the more ordinary people struggle. I see the echoes of those systems in the growing federal bureaucracy, in the layering of regulation upon regulation, in Ottawa's insistence that central planners know better than workers, farmers, entrepreneurs, or provinces. The lessons from overseas is clear. Prosperity grows from the bottom up, not the top down. That is a principle Conservatives embrace, and that is what this budget ignores. Canadians deserve a budget that reflects their priorities, not Ottawa's priorities. Conservatives will bring forward a plan grounded in 3 core commitments: restore affordability and lower the cost of living, axe the carbon tax and reduce unnecessary regulation and costs, strengthen competition to lower grocery and housing prices, stop inflationary deficits that erode household spending power, unleash the private sector, remove the barriers to resource development, accelerate approvals for energy, mining, and agricultural innovation, support interprovincial trade and labor mobility through initiatives like Blue Seal licensing and shovel-ready zones, respect provincial and municipal authority, empower local governments rather than micromanaging them from Ottawa, reform federal departments to deliver timely, efficient service, invest in national infrastructure only in partnership with provinces that know their priorities best. This is the path to a more confident, prosperous, and united Canada. Canadians are experiencing one of the most challenging economic periods in recent memory. They needed a budget that recognized the hardship they are facing, respected the Federation, supported the industries that sustain our country, and restored conditions for economic growth. Bill C-15 does none of that. Instead, it doubles down on overspending, overreach, and policies that undermine affordability and competitiveness. That is why Conservatives will oppose this bill and continue to stand up for families, workers, farmers, and businesses who need a government that is on their side. Canada has unlimited potential. What we need now is leadership that trusts Canadians, empowers provinces, and respects taxpayers, and unleashes strength for our private sector. Mr. Speaker, those are remarks on Bill C-15. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister, does care about Canadians.
Hear, hear.
That's one of the reasons why we have the budget that we presented that does a lot of the things that the member says that it does not do.
Shameful.
Whether it's the issue of affordability, whether it's the issue of building a stronger and healthier Canada. There's lots of stuff in there for the Conservatives to recognize and vote in favor of it.
Yeah.
But of course, they have a different approach when it comes to serving Canadians. They're more interested in their own political party interests as opposed to Canadian interests. So my question to the member opposite is, when will the Conservative Party realize that it's time that we start moving legislation through the House of Commons, whether it's the budget implementation bill or bail reform legislation?
Hear,
the
hear.
Conservative
Great
Party
question.
is the biggest stumbling block in Canada today in terms of progressive measures to help Canadians.
That's a great question.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
It's interesting to hear my honourable colleague with that question, because when we think of stumbling blocks in Canada, we think of what's happening when we have bills like C-48, which stops production in Canada. Yet we have this government passing a new bill to get around their own bills that aren't working and hampering investment in Canada. The Liberals have a lot of work to do to restore faith in the system for Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kamach, Nitassinan.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I was shocked by the response or the question actually from the colleague across the way, where he's saying it's about time we pass these bills in this House. I've been here for 10 years, and I feel the legislative menu of this government is rather thin, to say the least. There's not much on the table today either. I'd like to hear from my colleague as to this record, this legislative record of the Liberal Party.
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Yeah, like I had mentioned in my previous answer, this Liberal government has a track record of making things more difficult for industry, more difficult for private business, more difficult and more expensive for Canadians. Yet instead of fixing the problems that they created with their previous legislation, they create new legislation that is a workaround, nothing more than a way for the Prime Minister and his cabinet to handpick projects that they wish to go ahead, yet we haven't even seen any of them go ahead. I have to agree with my colleague from the bloc that this is a very, very thin legislative project from this government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the great speech, and I'm interested in his thoughts about the offering from the government, a failure to rein in deficit spending. They blew the doors off with that. No plan to reduce that inflationary spending now, with expenses on debt outstripping what we're spending on health care in this country at a time when we're facing a health care human resource shortage across this country. And look, no plan to get rid of their taxes that raise the price on food and food production, like the industrial carbon tax. I'm interested in the member's comments on what he would propose as an alternative to help make life more affordable for Canadians who are lined up at food banks in record numbers.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question, because it gets to the heart of the matter in Canada right now, which is a lot has to do with affordability. Affordability comes down to being able to afford things like groceries, your rent. But what we see in Canada right now is we see record high prices for housing, record high prices for groceries and for supplies that people need. Businesses are struggling under a ridiculous amount of taxes in this country. There's many things that this government could do right now, like reducing or getting rid of, scrapping the industrial carbon tax, or rein in its just ridiculous deficit spending. But this government seems unwilling to do any of it.
We have time for a very short question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to keep it brief to my honourable colleague from Souris Moose Mountain. I think we need in this country to think about how we become a modern industrial economy, and I don't see an industrial strategy coming out of this or previous governments. We seem to still think we're hewers of wood and drawers of water. Would the honourable member agree with me it would be better if no natural resources are shipped out of Canada in raw, unprocessed state? We improve productivity when we add...
Did say a short question. I have to allow the member for Souris Moose Mountain to respond in 20 seconds or less.
I agree very much with that question, actually. We could be doing so much more in Canada when it comes to value add on our products. We are known for our world-class commodities. But when it comes to things like rare earth minerals, we see there's a new refining facility in Saskatoon. When we look at canola, for example, canola crush is becoming a huge thing in Canada, which is increasing our value add.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est un honneur de...
It's a pleasure to rise to speak to the budget debate. I believe the budget's context is important.
I think that the context of this budget's important. First of all, it was delayed for an unprecedented number of months and introduced in the fall, which will be now the new government's budget cycle. But it was preceded by a lot of rhetoric from the government about what kind of budget it would be. Rhetoric such as commitments about making this a budget full of, quote, generational investments, end quote. That it would swing for the fences. That it would define our next century. That it would be transformative. That's the context in which this budget was hyped. But when we actually got the budget on November 4th, it was anything but. It wasn't a budget like 1971 that introduced comprehensive tax reform that had been largely recommended by the Carter Commission. It wasn't a budget like 1988 that collapsed 10 federal tax brackets into 3 and started the country down on transformative change to our economy. It wasn't like the budget of 1991 that took the difficult step of eliminating of eliminating the 13.5% manufacturer sales tax and introducing a broader and lower value-added tax in the form of the GST. It wasn't the budget of 1996 that had been introduced by then Finance Minister Paul Martin that introduced the plan to balance the federal government's finances in 36 months. This budget had none of those hallmarks of those budgets of those 4 important years. This budget instead does quite the opposite. It continues us down the path of the last 10 years. It's another big spending, big government, big liberal budget. In fact, this government's budget has weaker fiscal anchors than the previous liberal governments. The last liberal budget had a fiscal anchor of deficits of less than 1% of GDP. This budget will double those deficits, averaging 2% of GDP in the coming years. The last Liberal budget had a fiscal anchor of a declining debt to GDP ratio. This budget will increase the debt. Fiscal anchor is some weird new invention that very few, if any, other G7 countries use. The new fiscal anchor is a balanced operating budget by 2029 and a declining deficit rather than debt to GDP ratio. By fiscal 2029, the deficit will only be $58 billion. By then, the government projects that the interest on the debt will be $71 billion, chewing up 13 cents of every dollar, up from only 6 cents as recently as fiscal 2022. Last July, bond rating agency Fitch warned that a material rise in the debt-to-GDP ratio and a material rise in our deficit could lead to a credit downgrade. This budget will double deficits lead to an ever-increasing debt-to-GDP ratio. And as a result, here's what Fitch Ratings said just several weeks ago after the budget was delivered. Canada's proposed budget, announced in Parliament on November 4, underscores the erosion of the federal government's finances, says Fitch Ratings. While Canada's rating is broadly stable, persistent fiscal expansion and a rising debt burden have weakened its credit profile and could increase rating pressure over the medium term. This may be exacerbated by persistent economic underperformance caused by tariff risks and structural challenges, including low productivity. In other words, the government's increased deficits and rising additions to the national debt have eroded the federal government's finances and weakened its credit profile. And we are at particular risk because all of this could be exacerbated by additional tariffs and our ongoing low productivity. I think we can all acknowledge that the tariffs levied by the U.S. administration are not within the control of government. But what is within the control of government is low productivity. The government has immense macroeconomic levers at its disposal to turn around this country's chronically low, if not declining, labor productivity. I'd like to dwell on this for just a moment, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada called Canada's low productivity an emergency. She said it was time to break the glass. And despite that warning over a year ago, the government has failed to meet the moment and failed to introduce fundamental reforms to get the Canadian economy on track. A famous economist once said that the only long-run determinant of prosperity is productivity. And the government has absolutely failed to introduce fundamental reforms to meet the moment to get our productivity turned around. A second point on the government's deficits and debt. The government often touts its record on net debt, but that fails to take into account that Canada is the smallest of the G7 economies. It has the smallest currency of the G7 economies. We're not part of the Eurozone. We're not the US dollar. And we're not the UK pound. We are the smallest of the G7 currencies, and we're not a reserve currency like the US dollar or the Eurozone. The government's rhetoric on the net debt also fails to take into account a second important distinction from other G7 countries, and that is that we are the most indebted subnational debt country in the G7. We have some of the highest levels of subnational debt in the OECD, which the federal government backstops. I'll remind the House that it was only just over 5 years ago that a province hit the fiscal wall. It ran out of money. Now, that may not be remembered by many people because it happened in March of 2020 when the global pandemic hit. But in March of 2020, Newfoundland and Labrador tried to raise cash on debt capital markets to pay for nurses and doctors and teachers, and they could not. They didn't have any money to meet payroll. And so as a result, they went to the federal government and asked for an emergency transfer of cash in order to keep basic government operations going. And so when we take into account subnational debt, when we take into account that we are the smallest of the G7 currencies and not a global reserve currency, the government's record on debt doesn't look as good as they would have everyone believe. I'll finish by saying this, Mr. Speaker. Where are the fundamental reforms that meet the moment? Where are the transformative reforms that are generational? Where's the competition reform? Where's the regulatory reform? Where is the tax reform? Many had hoped, myself included, that the government was going to commit to that comprehensive tax reform. The Liberals have been promising fundamental tax reform since their first budget in 2016. Other governments have introduced tax reform, fundamental tax reform that has transformed the economy and moved productivity and created prosperity and growth. I think of the budgets of 1971, the budgets of 1988, the budgets of 1991, the budgets of 1996. Instead of fundamental pro-growth tax reform, regulatory reform, competition reform, we're getting a bunch of special loopholes and deductions for specially targeted sectors and creating more of the big government knows best, big programs, big sectoral focuses that will do nothing to turn this economy around and to address the fundamental economic crisis that we are facing in this country.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic that the member who sat around along with the leader of the Conservative Party, with Stephen Harper, and when you look at Stephen Harper's record of low productivity, the member will recognize that he was a disaster. He didn't do anything in regards to the productivity of Canadians during that miserable 10 years, and he sat around in that caucus. And then if you talk, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the deficit situation, we are, in fact, when it comes to the debt, number one on a pro-rated basis in the G7. We're number 2 in the G7 on the deficit situation. Mr. Speaker, we have a new Prime Minister that has a background that's going to get the job done. Why was he such a failure when he was a part of a government?
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question because it highlights the financial illiteracy that pervades this House. The fact of the matter is, if you go to Statistics Canada's labor productivity data, what you will see is that over the course of the 1990s and early aughts, right to 2015, for a good part of the first 25 of the last 35 years in this country, labor productivity consistently marched upward. What we have seen, though, in the last 10 years, particularly in the last 5, is that labor productivity has stalled, if not declined, in some years. And as far as the debt goes, I would add that the province of Ontario, for example, has a larger debt than the state of California. And so the member is wrong when he talks about net debt.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulange, Huntingdon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I know that one of his values is opposing federal centralization of health and social services. Should the government not have increased health transfers to the provinces via their budget? Because currently, every province in Canada is having trouble providing high-quality health care. They're having to do more with less. Does he not agree that the government ought to have increased health transfers to Quebec and the provinces, even if it meant cutting elsewhere? The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North. I would like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for that question. In my view, the most important thing to assure the future of federal health and social transfers to the provinces is long-term economic prosperity. I think the most important thing to do then, if we are to ensure long-term prosperity and long-term economic growth, is to boost our productivity. And that's something not addressed in the budget. I think this is a serious problem currently facing Canada.
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard from the Liberals numerous times that it is somehow Stephen Harper's fault, the problems that we find ourselves with today. And I'm just, I wonder if if my colleague could answer, should we blame these problems on, let's say, Mackenzie King, or is this a newer problem? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. The fact is that the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years has been the worst economic record in this country since the Second World War period. That is an incontrovertible fact. If you look at the labor productivity tables, for example, what you will see that labor productivity has flatlined over the last number of years. And even with the upward revision, even with Statistics Canada's recent upward revision in GDP numbers, per capita GDP has flatlined over the last number of years. All the while, our economic peer group has seen per capita GDP go up. We are falling behind, which is why we're falling behind in global league tables on a range of measures such as productivity, growth, and so many other measures.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are lucky enough, well, I don't know if I would describe it as luck, but we are lucky enough to talk about C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the federal budget. It's always fun to debate budget implementation acts. In theory, these acts are meant to implement what is found in the budget. But all too often, there are other things snuck in because governments insert all sorts of measures that have nothing to do with their budget. The Liberals said they were against this when they were an opposition party, but today they are doing that very thing. For example, this Budget Implementation Act is 650 pages long. It contains 80 legislative measures, modifying 49 acts. And I'll make a prediction, Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks, maybe after Christmas, Liberals will start complaining that the bill is not being passed fast enough, that the committee is taking too long with it. But that's the thing. When you table a 650-page bill that amends 49 acts and makes 80 legislative changes, we can't just rubber stamp it. I'll make a prediction, Mr. Speaker. It will take time to study this bill because it will have a major impact. There's a lot of issues with this bill. Among them, the government seems to be planning to do more of what we saw in recent weeks. More subsidies for big oil, the extension to 2041 of the tax credit for carbon capture. Also, increases to this tax credit between 2031 and 36. The Energy Board is having its structure modified to export more liquefied natural gas over the next 50 years. This is very much in line with the government's action over the last month. Already, they have gotten rid of the electric vehicle subsidy. They've suspended electric vehicle quotas. They got rid of the consumer carbon tax. So English Canada no longer has consumer carbon taxes. Quebec still has our own. Basically, the government has taken the side of big oil, taken the side of the Conservatives. They've even announced a new pipeline, Mr. Speaker. It's ridiculous, and yet that is what we see under this government. It's sad, really. This government was voted in order to defend Canada against Donald Trump. That's what they were saying anyway. They said we had to be strong to face down Donald Trump. And what's Donald Trump doing in the United States? He's completely getting rid of the climate policy they have. And what are the Liberals doing? They're getting rid of Canada's climate policy. Many Quebec transportation stakeholders have expressed extreme concern about this government's way of doing things. After all, Quebec was a leader in the electrification of transport, and now all of this progress is at risk of being lost, all because the Liberals were presenting themselves falsely, taking the side of the Conservatives, and are imitating Donald Trump. C5 would also do more to speed up major projects, to get around current legislation. Because Liberals don't seem to believe they are capable of complying with legislation, they want to insert loopholes. In this bill, they're putting in a measure resembling what C5 did. An unannounced measure, by the way. They're not spinning this measure out into a new bill that could be studied separately. They also have inserted a lot of leeway in this measure. At least with C5, we were able to mitigate the negative impacts. We weren't able to get rid of them entirely, but because we were able to study C5 in committee, we were able to make some minor changes to improve it. But if you look at page 300 of the Budget Implementation Act, it says, any minister may, through order in council or regulation, over the next 3 years, exempt any entity from the application of any provision of any federal act other than the Criminal Code basically, if the government thinks that it will help innovation or big tech, they can exempt any business from any bill. Ridiculous, right? The government is giving itself powers to arbitrarily get around any act, and they are giving themselves this power through a measure snuck into Bill C-15. It wasn't written into the budget. It wasn't subject to a democratic debate. And all of this is extremely concerning. The government is behaving like a bunch of authoritarians. For 10 years, they've saying that they believe in the rule of law, and yet now they're winding it back. I'm extremely concerned by what this government is doing. Looking further at C-15, there's another alarming measure. Let us recall that this government was elected to protect Canada from Donald Trump. Yet, they're getting rid of the digital services tax. Back in the day, under the digital services tax, web giants would have to pay 3% taxes here, taxes equal to 3% of their total balance sheet, worldwide balance sheet, might I note, because companies often operate internationally. For years, web giants had dodged Canadian taxes. But now, thanks to the digital services tax, there was a measure that would have obtained some of their taxes. 3% was the rate set by Europe. But the Americans were opposed to this. So they backed down. They suspended the digital services tax earlier. And then worse than that, in Bill C-15, it's abolished altogether. No more digital services tax. We're capitulating to web giants. All the debates on this, all the progress we have made have been lost. Our culture and our media outlets are facing a major challenge. For years, they relied on ad revenue. This revenue was essential to Quebec and Canadian culture. Now, all this ad revenue is going abroad, to the detriment of our local industry. So, the Liberals claim to be defending Canadian sovereignty, but they are far from defending Quebec interests. They folded before the Americans. They folded due to the bullying from President Trump. At the very least, they said that they would be getting something in return for this capitulation, but nothing. We saw nothing at all. All we've seen is the government backing down for no gains whatsoever, and I think that's sad. 3% of a web giant's total balance sheet would have equaled $7.2 billion over 5 years. That would have gone a long way to help our struggling media outlets. It would have gone a long way to helping our struggling cultural sector. Though the government does have money. They have money for Radio-Canada, $150 million for them, but local outlets are cutting their staff. So is TVA, so is Bell. Our private media sector is on the verge of death, and the Liberals are totally indifferent to this. That's not how you maintain a democracy. Quebecers and Canadians don't get it. They're concerned about what this government is doing. Then there was the whole affair with the former minister from Ville-Marie. The minister for Ville-Marie, part of the West Island clique, he's fed up with the decline of French. He seems to want French to go softly into the night. What we need, however, is a government that defends the French language, defends our identity, and we will always fight for Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also will fight for Quebec, and believe me, I will be fighting for the French language. I actually agree with these investments in Radio-Canada. I would like to note that we will be investing in the Port of Contrecoeur, the Port of Montreal, Hydro-Quebec, in the French language, French culture. So what do my colleagues' constituents think of all of these investments? What do they think of our investment in the Canada Child Benefit, in dental care? A program that 20% of his constituents are subscribed to. Will he truly be voting against this budget?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, I think it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that we will not be voting for this bill. Just like on the budget, our position is clear. Everything that the Bloc Québécois asked for was turned down by the government across the way, which is acting like a majority, even though it's only a minority. It's sad to see that this government is doing nothing to defend our culture. And when it does try to do something, it stamps it with a little Canada flag, Canadian flag, saying, well, if you have to do what we want if you want the money. We won't accept that. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
My honourable colleague for his speech, and I'd like to highlight some labour productivity statistics that members of the House may not be aware of. This is from Statistics Canada's Table 3610 048001. In 2006, labor productivity was $56.8 per hour, and in 2015 it was $61 per hour, an increase of $4.2 an hour. In 2024, it was $63.2 an hour, an increase of only $2.2. So it's clear that the record of the previous Conservative government on labor productivity for all industries, all sectors, was far better than the current Liberal government, and I just wanted to make sure that that was read into the record for the elucidation of members of the House who may not be aware of that.
L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has raised some interesting information. I don't know if he's trying to draw a connection between productivity and what he just told us about the statistics, saying that there wasn't a significant increase, that it didn't match the cost of living. I don't know if he's trying to draw a relationship, but I might with Canada's immigration policies. In the past, Canada's immigration policies would choose people based on their levels of education and whether they had complementary skills with the labor market, saying that these people would help our society. But instead, the federal government has now completely changed its perspective, and now its policy is to bring in the most people possible for cheap labor. And when you bring in people who have lower than average wages, of course that brings these statistics down. Of course, I'm not saying that these positions don't need to be filled, but instead of filling them with automation, with incentives to help keep people in the labor market, instead of doing all that, we're simply taking the easy way out. People who are more vulnerable will receive lower wages and who are then instrumentalized because they're told, well, you became a citizen because of us, so you should vote for the Liberals.
De Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He illustrated a paradox. Currently, with the trade war with the Americans, we see this Canadian nationalism rising. But with this government's actions, we're actually seeing capitulation. On the one hand, they say they're going to defend Canadian sovereignty, but actually, they are bending to the U.S. example on taxing the web giants, on the environment, and also by further concentrating power in the hands of cabinet. Does my colleague not think that this is an additional reason for Quebec independence? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I think what my colleague says is very interesting because the cultural sector and what the government is doing that, it's a little bit like the fox in the hen house. It's a way of just threatening Quebec culture, say, and keeping an eye on what's going on, while actually letting Quebec culture gradually wither away and saying, oh, we'll pay for your palliative care so it doesn't hurt. But we don't just want the federal government to just keep our culture on life support. We want to thrive, and for that we need a country.
For St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. The best that can be said of this budget is that it is not as advertised. The finance minister advertised the budget as a generational shift. The prime minister advertised the budget as bold. This budget doesn't represent a generational shift, and it most certainly is not bold. If anything, it is completely underwhelming. It represents more of the same failed policies that we have seen over the past 10 years from these Liberals. More spending, more debt, and more broken promises. Indeed, just about every fiscal and budgetary commitment that the Prime Minister made to Canadians a few short months ago during the federal election, he broke with this budget. This is a Prime Minister who said that he was going to get the deficit under control, that he would preside over a government that reduced the level of debt. As recently as September 17th in this House, the Prime Minister said the following, quote, we are going to have a declining level of debt, closed quote. So in the face of that unequivocal statement, one would have expected to see some follow-through with this budget. But if they guessed that to be so, they would be wrong, because instead of a declining level of debt, what the Prime Minister delivered with this budget is a deficit that is an eye-watering $78 billion. $78 billion, a deficit double that of last year, of $36.3 billion. And by the way, the deficit of $36.3 billion under the big spending, debt-addicted Trudeau Liberals was too much for the then Trudeau finance minister, the member for University Rosedale, that she resigned in protest. But here we have the so-called financial genius coming to the rescue, and what he delivers is a $78 billion deficit. Not only a $78 billion deficit, the largest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID. It's quite an accomplishment, but for all of the wrong reasons. And just as the so-called new government, the so-called new Liberals, just like the old Liberals, are delivering a sea of red ink. A third of $1 trillion of new debt that they plan to rack up over the next 5 years. $330 billion in new debt. Deficit after deficit, year over year, without any meaningful plan, no plan at all, to get to a balanced budget, no plan to restore any semblance of fiscal responsibility with this so-called new Prime Minister and new government. It's Justin Trudeau 2.0. It's Justin Trudeau even worse. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the debt climb to $1.35 trillion. In the 10 short years that this government has been in office, and I know for a lot of Canadians it seems like 10 long years, but in Canada's 150-year history, it's been 10 short years, they have managed to add more debt than all previous governments combined. They've managed to more than double the debt that they were left with when they took office in 2015, a previous government, a Conservative government that delivered, in fact, a balanced budget.
That's right.
And so in the face of this sea of red ink, it isn't surprising that debt servicing costs continue to increase. Debt servicing costs for fiscal year 25-26 are $55.6 billion. Now, to put $55.6 billion in some perspective, that is more than the government collects in GST. It is more than the government spends on health care. More than the government spends on health care. This at a time when Canadians face record wait times, when 6 to 7 million Canadians don't have access to a primary care doctor, when somewhere in the neighborhood of 17,000 to 30,000 Canadians are dying on a waiting list for specialist care, and this government is spending more in terms of servicing the debt than on health care. If it speaks to, if anything, the completely misplaced priorities and the misplaced focus of this government. It speaks to how they have so badly screwed things up over the past 10 years. And if you think $55.6 billion is a big number after they throw $330 billion of new debt that they're going to rack up over the next 5 years, that debt servicing cost is going to increase to $76.1 billion. But with these Liberals, who's counting? Yeah. And for all of the spending, all of the deficits, all of the debt, what do the Liberals have to show for it? What they have to show for it is a flat line in terms of growth. Look at GDP. At present, Canada's GDP per capita is 75% of that of the U.S.'s GDP per capita. When the Liberals took office, Canada's GDP per capita relative to the United States was about 90%. As the member for Wellington Halton Hills detailed, we have seen declining productivity. In fact, productivity grew at about half of the rate it did under the Harper Conservative government, and in recent years it hasn't increased, it in fact has declined. No wonder we see a productivity gap between Canada and the United States that is now 30%. The Prime Minister said that under his watch, he would bring home investment to Canada. This after the Liberals have seen a flight of investment out of Canada, $500 billion of investment that has left Canada under the Liberals over the past 10 years. But instead of seeing more investment in Canada, we have seen over the past 6 months $50 billion of investment go directly to the United States. And so, Mr. Speaker, in the face of that, what is the Liberal government's solution? More spending, more debt, more interest costs, and no tangible measures to make life more affordable for Canadians who are facing an affordability crisis. Canadians, after all, have seen house costs double, rent double, food prices double. We saw 40-year high inflation, and this budget does nothing to address the cost of living pressures that Canadians are facing. In fact, under these Liberals overall, taxes have gone up on Canadians by 32%. Canadians are paying more and getting less under these Liberals. And so, in short, Mr. Speaker, what this budget is not a blueprint for a generational shift. It is a blueprint for a government that is presiding over and managing decline. It is a budget that doesn't meet the mark and ought to be defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, unfortunately for that member, that is not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that this is a budget that does meet the moment. This is a budget that we need. And I'm hearing it from some people in my community that have traditionally been those progressive conservatives that now just don't see themselves in this party that's across the aisle. They don't see it. But I want the member, in the context of everything he just said in the last 2 or 3 minutes, to reflect on the fact that in addition to the tens of thousands of jobs that were already created earlier this fall in Canada, today, we see the job numbers for November. 54,000 jobs added in November alone. Unemployment now down to 6.5%. Could the member please, in the context of everything he just said, explain to us why, despite his doom and gloom scenario, the employment numbers keep going up and unemployment keeps going down?
The honourable member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, if one were to listen to the member for Kingston and the Islands, Canadians would be left to believe that they've never had it so good. Well, he talks about job numbers. How many of those jobs are part-time jobs? When you look at the youth unemployment rate, it's over 13%. That hardly is a figure to celebrate. And is the member for Kingston and the Islands celebrating the fact that 2 million Canadians are lined up at the food bank, a record number?
Exactly.
I have a point of order from the Chief Government Whip.
Youth age 15 to 24 drove that.
That is not a point of order. The Chief Government Whip knows that. Question et commentaire. Question. The matter is closed. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beau.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's remarkable to see members of this government creating problems in the House this morning. I don't think they're setting a good example. These two members of the government who are speaking loudly, preventing us from continuing with our debate, it's remarkable. My question for my colleague is the following. Along the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence, there are a number of small ports that require customs services and border services for their containers. But in the budget, there is no money to provide border officers to be able to work at these small ports like the Valleyfield port. What does my colleague think about the fact that under current economic circumstances, this government is slowing down the economic development of small rural regions that have these small ports?
Or St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. I think it just speaks to the misplaced spending priorities of this government. Simply put, never has a government spent so much and delivered so little for Canadians. And by the way, the Prime Minister said, speaking of spending, that he would spend less, but in fact, spending has gone up by 7.2% when he promised to bring it down by 7.5%. So I would just add that with respect to another promise made by the Prime Minister and another promise broken.
That's right.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Kingston and the Islands has given me the opportunity to highlight the jobs numbers that came out this morning. And zeroing in on the province of Ontario, we saw a loss of about 7,000 full-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. Now, certainly acknowledge that there was a gain in part-time, significant loss in full-time, and a response in part-time. Mr. Speaker, the member for Kingston and the Islands should recognize the reality that Canadians are poorer, they're struggling, they're desperate for
Appel au règlement de la députée. Order! J'ai un appel au règlement.
Point of order. The member for Côte-Nord, Kaohsigamach-Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of today's sitting, we've had great difficulty hearing what's being said because members of the government party has been speaking very loudly and ignoring what's happening in the House. So I'd like to ensure that we're respecting people who are trying to speak in this House. We are having difficulty. It's possible it's also difficult for the interpreters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie la députée.
I'd like to thank the member for this reminder to all members. If we wish to intervene in this House, the appropriate time to do so is when we're recognized by the chair. And questions and comments are not a group effort. They are an individual effort. So I would invite the member to continue with his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am shocked by the heckling of the member for Kingston and the Islands, and I hope his whip will bring him into line. I wonder if the member can say what he identifies in the fact that full-time jobs are down across the country, and particularly in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
More of the same with this government. It's part of a failed economic legacy of this government that has seen declining productivity, flatline growth, unemployment that has been unacceptably high, and Canada falling further and further behind peer countries. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the numbers today, having regard for that record, are not surprising, but they are concerning.
That brings to a conclusion debate right now before Statement 31. Déclaration de députés, statements by members, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holidays celebrate kindness and togetherness. For the 5th year, Could I start from the beginning? It's about a...
I'll let the member begin from the beginning. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the holidays celebrate kindness and togetherness. For the 5th year, the Canadian Colours Kingston Foundation, led by Jimmy Hassan, is reviving the Santa Slices initiative, a tradition started in 2020 that has become a beloved holiday effort. With what began as a plan to deliver 500 pizza slices during the pandemic has evolved into a significant campaign. Last year, over 2,500 slices were provided to shelters and outreach programs in Kingston, proving that small gestures can make a big difference. As Santa Slices 2025 launches, Jimmy's goal remains to deliver food to those in need, supporting organizations like Martha's Table and the Kingston Interval House. Thank you, Jimmy, and all the volunteers and donors this year. Your effort is not just about pizza, it's about unity and kindness in the festive season.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Le-Pinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear citizens of Lévis-Le-Pinière, in this magical time of year, I want to share with you my best wishes for health, peace, and well-being. Let these moments be an opportunity to share wonderful moments with your loved ones and to celebrate what matters in your community. I'd also like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your trust over the last 20 years, the trust in me. Your support, your ideas, is what has allowed us to work together and to build an even stronger, more prosperous future. In 2026, I will continue with the same level of determination the work that I've done by your side to represent your interests with rigor, respect, and transparency. May this new year bring you success, joy, and serenity. Merry Christmas and happy holidays.
For Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the eyes of the soccer world are descend upon Washington, D.C. today as the World Cup draw comes near, the eyes of Vancouver soccer fans and soccer fans across Canada will be on Miami tomorrow as we celebrate the exciting achievement of the Vancouver Whitecaps, who are Western Conference champions in Major League Soccer and in the championship game for the very first time to face off against Lionel Messi and Inter Miami. The achievement reflects remarkable teamwork, leadership on and off the field, and the unwavering passion of supporters, specifically the Southsiders at BC Place. And as we head into tomorrow's final, our whole country should be behind them. We are proud of their success, proud of their heart, and proud of their determination. I hope that they can bring us an early Christmas present by bringing the championship home back across the border into Canada. Thank you very much, and go Caps, go.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the chamber heartbroken and with profound sadness. The Brampton community is mourning an unimaginable tragedy. 5 family members, Harinder Kaur, Gurjeet Kaur Garewal, Bantveer Singh Deol, Anudeep Kaur, and their baby boy lost their lives in a devastating house fire. This heartbreaking loss has shaken families across Brampton and far beyond. The funeral services is taking place at Brampton Funeral Homes, followed by religious rituals at Gurdwara in Brampton West. I extend my deepest and heartfelt condolences to the loved ones of the victims, and I urge Canadians to keep this family in their thoughts and prayers. As we enter the winter season, I urge everyone to check their carbon monoxide detectors, smoke alarms, and home ventilation system to help prevent tragedies like this and protect our families and our homes. May God bless their soul, rest in peace. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to Joanne Andrews for her 32 years of outstanding leadership at the Ottawa Snowsuit Fund, an organization that for 44 years has ensured that thousands of vulnerable children have access to warm snowsuits to face our winters. Under her leadership, the fund distributes 16,000 snowsuits each year to children in need, providing warmth, dignity, and hope to families. For 3 decades, Joanne has embodied generosity and solidarity with an unwavering commitment that has transformed lives and strengthened our community.
To Joanne and to volunteers, the Snowsuit Fund has become a true pillar of solidarity in Ottawa, providing warmth and dignity to thousands of families. Its impact is immense and deserves to be recognized. On behalf of the residents of Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester, I want to thank Joanne for her remarkable dedication and exemplary service. Your work is inspiring, essential, and deeply appreciated.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Harvest Bowl, a tremendous initiative in Elgin County that tackles reducing food waste and food insecurity. Harvest Bowl collects food and vegetables from local farms that would otherwise go to waste and turns them into delicious and nutritious dehydrated soup mixes. Harvest Bowl founder Donna Lunn and her incredible volunteers distribute thousands of soup mixes to communities and agencies across Elgin, St. Thomas, London, and the surrounding region. In just a few hours today, Harvest Bowl supporters and volunteers will gather in Springfield to sample some of their delicious soups and, more importantly, start delivering food to those in need. This is made possible by our amazing farmers who work to ensure their harvests don't go to waste. So far, Harvest Bowl has served over 20,000 bowls of soup, and they're not slowing down. Thank you to the farmers, producers, volunteers, and community partners who've rallied behind what Donna and Harvest Bowl have created. This generosity is the very best of Elgin County and shows what's possible. Ladles up.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Whitby Fire Service recruit class of 2025 on their graduation. These recruits powered through demanding training, long days, early mornings, and more ladder drills than anyone should be able to brag about at family dinners. This week, they joined one of the most respected fire services in the country, and they have earned every bit of this moment. I grew up in a family of first responders, so I learned that service is not a job, it's a duty. That same sense of duty is alive in each of these graduates. Firefighters step forward when others step back. They bring calm to chaos, and their work goes far beyond emergency calls. They support families and strengthen our community every single day. To the Whitby Firefighter Graduate Class of 2025, thank you for choosing this path, and your community is proud of you and grateful for your service.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honour a family in my riding in Lumbee, British Columbia, who have endured a devastating loss. Tatiana Stefanski's loved ones carry not only the grief of her murder, but also the painful knowledge that she died almost a full year before Bailey McCourt, and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, Tatiana's husband Jason has worked tirelessly to bring attention to the need for real, meaningful change. Had he been heeded earlier, it is possible that Bailey might have been protected by Tatiana's law. As a country, we must do better at protecting our vulnerable. We must enact common sense rule of law and then enforce it. Tatiana's family has shown remarkable strength in unimaginable sorrow. We honor them and Bailey's family by turning their pain into real change that protects the vulnerable when it matters most. Thank you to the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for bringing forward Bailey's law, and let us remember Tatiana as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the 60th edition of the Salon du Livre de Rimouski, the book event, brought together hundreds of volunteers and people who love books. In our regions, we can really achieve great things. Founded in 1964 by les Dames de Champlain, the Salon du Livre is the oldest, most active book fair in Quebec. This cultural pillar of our region shows the importance of our Quebec culture, and I want to highlight the extraordinary work of the volunteers who've been at the very heart of this event. Roland Doucier has been organizing this event since 1996 with passion and well-known rigor. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues and say together, long live the Salon du Livre de Rimouski. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, at this time of year when solidarity is so important, I'd like to highlight the importance of the many food drives that are held in our communities. Thanks to the generosity of our citizens, hundreds of families receive essential support and find a bit of hope as the holidays approach. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to all the volunteers who make these initiatives possible. Their commitment makes a real difference. I'm thinking in particular of the cadets, Scouts, Knights of Columbus, and all the organizations and citizen volunteers who tirelessly give of their time and energy. To all of those who do give their time and energy and heart to this mission, thank you. You are the living proof that generosity is one of the strongest pillars of our society. I wish all the families in my riding and a holiday season filled with warmth, mutual support, hope, love, and peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians to judge him by their experience at the grocery store. Well, 8 months later, that judgment is clear and devastating. When the Liberals took office in 2015, the weekly grocery bill was $159. Today, it has more than doubled to $338, over $17,500 a year. And the 2026 food price report released yesterday confirms Canadians will pay another $1,000 next year, the largest increase in years. In London, the impact is severe. Nearly 10,000 people in the region have turned to food banks, totaling more than 45,000 visits. Across Ontario, food bank use continues to climb, and for the first time, nearly 1 in 4 food bank users are employed. Mr. Speaker, having a job no longer guarantees food security in Canada. Canadians are hungry, and they cannot afford the Liberal government anymore. Conservatives will help Canadians so they can once again put nutritious, affordable food on the table.
Yes, good job.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the world is changing and Canada must change with it. At this critical moment, we can't afford to be reliant on a single trading partner. We must build an economy that's stronger, self-sufficient, and resilient to global shocks. Which is why last week I was joined by the Minister of International Trade, along with the CEO of DeFasco and the Hamilton Centre, to announce our government's new measures to protect and transform Canada's steel industry. We are taking bold actions to protect our steel sector, tightening limits on foreign steel imports, and unlocking over $1 billion in a new domestic demand for Canadian steel. We are lowering steel transportation costs by half and implementing a Buy Canadian policy. And we are standing shoulder to shoulder with our workers and businesses to modernize and stay competitive. Mr. Speaker, this is how we protect Canadian jobs, and this is how we build a stronger, more secure Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Speaker, hardworking Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. But in Sault Ste. Marie, the Prime Minister handed $400 million of taxpayer dollars to a company knowing that they were going to lay off 1,000 workers. And the Prime Minister's response, bah, humbug. Prime Minister Scrooge talks about fairness and sacrifice, but after spending years at Brookfield helping them dodge paying taxes here in Canada, even Jacob Marley's ghost paid more taxes in Canada than Brookfield. But all that's part of the Prime Minister's master plan to help his friends at Brookfield, like Dennis Turcotte, the former CEO at Algoma Steel. Algoma is undergoing a multi-year transition to electricity, but you know where that electricity is going to come from, Mr. Speaker? From Brookfield-owned hydro plants. While Brookfield's billions vanish into Bermuda bicycle shops, Algoma's families are left in the cold. Conservatives will never stop fighting for Canadians this Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, on November 29, our community came alive as thousands of residents, including families, children, and even a few pets, all gathered along Saint-Joseph Boulevard to witness the magical Orléans Santa Parade of Lights. More than 60 beautifully designed floats made their way down our main street, each meticulously crafted, decorated, and sprinkled with that special Orléans charm. Mr. Speaker, the parade is more than just a tradition. It is a testament to the Ottawa Firefighters Association, the volunteers and the partners whose dedication brings our community together year after year. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish the community of Orleans and all of you a happy holiday season.
Hanukkah. Joyeux Noël, bonne fête.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and happy Hanukkah. May this season bring you peace, warmth, and meaningful moments with your family, friends, and loved ones.
New Year. Bonne année 2026.
Happy New Year 2026.
Edmonton Manning.
Speaker, in the Christmas story, Dickens wrote, and I quote, "Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort," end quote. Under the Liberals, it's millions in need. My constituents in Knight says, and I quote, "I can barely afford to eat. A lot of people are in the same situation and feel helpless," end quote. In 2015, the Canadian grocery bill was $159 a week. After a decade of Liberal government, it has doubled to $338 a week, which is $17,500 a year. The Prime Minister told us to judge him by their experience at the grocery store. Scrooge famously said, and I quote, "I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I cannot afford to make idle people merry," end quote. Why does that seem to be like a Prime Minister quote?
L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people go missing. Delays cost lives. Every minute matters. Last week, I had the honour of attending on behalf of the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations the launch of the report of Manitoba's Indigenous-led Red Dress Alert pilot program. The organization Giganawe Nimananig, We All Take Care of Them, led the engagement sessions and the development of this important report, which lays the groundwork for a holistic safety framework, providing rapid response, trauma-informed support, and resources for families and communities. I'd like to sincerely thank Dr. Sandra Delaronde for her leadership and dedication, along with all the community members who contributed to this life-saving initiative. During these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, let us stand together and act with urgency, because every alert, every minute, and every life matters.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Grocery store, it seems like the prices you pay are getting higher and higher, because they are. If groceries feel expensive right now, then it's only going to get worse, because a new report this week shows that the price of groceries is going to go up $1,000 per family next year. And it's no coincidence that the Liberals are also raising taxes on the people who grow and ship and sell the food. So doesn't this government realize that higher taxes on farmers and truckers means more expensive for groceries for struggling families?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every farmer knows that you reap what you sow. What the Conservatives are sowing every day in this House is the distrust of Canadians, because they're insincere when they weaponize people's struggles for their political gain while voting against every single affordability measure that puts more money in Canadians' pockets. That includes an income tax cut for $22 million, the Canada Child Benefit, cutting the consumer carbon tax, child care, dental care, over $2,000 of support, direct benefits that put more money in Canadians' pockets with young children. How can they say they're...
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
So angry, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are standing in food banks and food bank lines at record numbers while these Liberals pat themselves on the back. Exactly. Feeding kids starts with making food more affordable. This is the same government that forced millions of Canadians into a food bank, and now saying that people should be thankful for the programs that they can't quantify and can't deliver. Just 10 years ago, you used to be able to go grocery shopping for a week and spend $160. It's now more than doubled to $340. So when will these Liberals admit that their policies have failed and Canadians are struggling?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what feeds Canadian families is good-paying jobs and a strong social safety net, both of which the Conservatives oppose. They can't even bring themselves to recognize when job numbers exceed expectations month over month over month. 3 months in a row, the Canadian economy has added 181,000 new jobs, including 54,000 this month. We've seen a drop in the unemployment rate in this country. Conservatives can't even acknowledge when the Canadian economy does well because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Exactly. Well said.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the actual job numbers that member was trying to reference. 9,400 full-time jobs lost in the last month. Now, these Liberals want to try to pretend that they're doing better by adding those part-time numbers in. But the fact that Canadians are desperate, they're turning to part-time work because full-time jobs are not available, and they desperately need that part-time work to feed their families, that's not something to celebrate. A continuing decline in full-time jobs in this country is not something to celebrate. When will the Liberals recognize the reality that Canadians are losing the full-time work that they need to provide for their families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have good jobs numbers to share. This morning, I am proud to say that last month, 50,000 young people got a job. In November alone, 21,000 young people found a job in October. The numbers are trending in the right direction. We are there to support young Canadians. We are proud of our job numbers on this side of the House.
For Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, in that member's province, Quebec lost 35,000 full-time jobs.
35,000 full-time jobs lost in Quebec, and that parliamentary secretary, that minister says that this is an improvement, that this is good news. Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that this government would celebrate a significant decline in full-time work. Canadians are looking for full-time jobs that they can provide for their families. When will they stop congratulating themselves and recognize the problem?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Jobs and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is right now, the members across the way have ground committee work to the halt. We would like to send C-15 to committee. Doing so would allow us to make the necessary investments that Canadians need right now. It is shameful, Mr. Speaker, what is going on in our committees. I call on the members across the way to do things differently and allow committees to move forward. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister said that he could be judged based on grocery prices. Now we live in a country where 20% of people have to depend on food banks, a country where groceries for a family of 4 will cost $1,000 more in 2026. A country where the prices of beef, pork, and chicken are all going up. Mr. Speaker, that is Liberal Canada for you, the country where grocery bills have more than doubled since 2015. When will the Liberals stop their inflationary spending so Canadians can finally put food on their plates? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, we will take no lesson from the members across the way who voted against every single opportunity to help out people. They are against children. They are against families. They are against school food. They are against investments in affordable childcare. They are against $13 billion of investment in affordable housing. That is shameful. We are against them. Through Budget 2025, we will be supporting families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, 36% of Quebecers are living some sort of food insecurity. 3 million Quebecers. There were 3 million visits to food banks in Quebec. Now the Prime Minister is jet-setting around the world to ignore the fact that 20% of his people are in food lines. That's Canada after 10 years of Liberal government. This is unprecedented. Quebecers are hungry. It will cost them $1,000 more to buy groceries in 2026. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister care more about his stock index than his people who are suffering? The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that if we are to help children and in families, we must invest in their future, and that's what we do in Budget 2025. We are investing in youth employment, affordable housing, food at schools, affordable childcare, dental care. All of this helps Canadian families. We are proud of these measures, and it is a shame that the members across the way refuse to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Mr. Speaker, today, the Prime Minister will be meeting Donald Trump for the FIFA World Cup draw. But they shouldn't be talking about sports. They should be talking about the economy. The Prime Minister was elected in order to protect us from the American president. He has not secured the victory he wanted. Yesterday, we even learned that the Prime Minister will be ignoring the main request of our forestry sector. He is refusing to support our businesses by protecting them against anti-dumping and countervailing duties. When will we see wins instead of more concessions? Mr. Speaker, it is true that we must continue our negotiations with the United States. We will be at the table for these negotiations. At the same time, we are diversifying our supply chains. We are signing new free trade agreements. For example, an agreement with Indonesia and an agreement with Mexico. Today, here in this House, we are fighting to support our economy. That's not what they are doing. They vote against us at every opportunity. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first concession that the Prime Minister has made because he's scared of Donald Trump. He abandoned the digital services tax, which would have forced American web giants to pay their fair share. Then he abandoned the global minimum tax rate, which was meant to fight tax evasion. I guess he wants to free up some money for the president's new ballroom. Now he's abandoned our forestry industry by refusing to respond to their main request for support. When will the Prime Minister stop backing down and start defending Quebec interests? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and all of us are here to help out everyone, not just one province, not just one territory, all Canadian jobs, all Canadian industries. We are here to build the strongest economy in the G7. We are building new supply chains, finding new partners all around the world. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the world is changing, the geopolitical situation is changing, and we are adapting to these changes. The Honourable Member for Cote Ward, Kawawa-Chikamach-Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister should be working to appease our forestry workers, not Donald Trump. The Prime Minister has sold them down the river by refusing the main demand of our forestry industry, support with dealing with the Americans' countervailing and anti-dumping tariffs. Since 2017, the softwood lumber conflict has been raging on, and Trump's tariffs have worsened an existing situation. Our industry is on the brink. People are being laid off. When will the federal government stop neglecting our forestry workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the unjustified trade war that the United States has brought on us on softwood lumber is unacceptable. We're working hard to resolve. Today, the United States Chamber of Commerce called on the Trump administration to drop tariffs on lumber. We are seeing that the pressures are beginning to build. We'll continue to work at all levels to resolve this, and we'll continue to provide supports, and we welcome suggestions from members opposite on what supports to bring.
The Honourable Member from Barrie South
The Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the price at the grocery store. Well, the verdict is in. The 2026 Canada Food Price Report warns that grocery costs will rise by 4 to 6% next year, meaning the average family of four will pay nearly $1,000 more, bringing annual food costs to over $17,500. 1 in 4 Canadian households is already food insecure, and Canadian families, seniors, and single moms are being squeezed at the checkout. Why aren't these Liberals cutting their inflationary spending, the industrial carbon tax, and their new fuel tax so that Canadians can afford to eat?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, the rise in food prices is difficult for family, and that's why we're helping lowering the grocery bill through, for example, the National School Food Program. But Professor Sylvain Charlebois, the lead author of the recent study that my colleague just quoted, said, and I quote, "Obviously, what comes back every year are the impact of climate change on prices, noting in particular the effect of drought on the price of beef. If they want real solution, they have to start to look at real facts."
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Blaming climate change for the rise in food prices. The Liberals will say things have never been better, but the reality is that things have never been worse. In Ontario, there were 8.7 million visits to a food bank, and grocery prices are expected to cost families $1,000 more in 2026. The Prime Minister said he should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Well, the verdict is in, but there's still time for him to enter a plea deal on his lower grocery price promise. Will he plead guilty of breach of trust, fraud, or both?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, it's good jobs and a strong economy that are going to benefit all Canadians. So Statistics Canada this morning announced that we created 54,000 net new jobs, 50,000 for young people alone. Mr. Speaker, we stood up in the House last week. Last Friday, we talked about how our GDP is growing. Today, we're telling you that wages are up, rents are down, unemployment is down. Youth unemployment has dropped by almost 2 points in 2 months. That is no accident. That is a plan that is working, and that is a plan that these Conservatives continue to vote against.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked to be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Canadians obliging, and the result is a political receipt he doesn't want to read. After 10 years of the Liberal government, Canadians already pay $17,500 a year for groceries, and Canada's food price report confirms that next year, Canadians will pay an extra $1,000. When will this Prime Minister finally stop driving food prices through the ceiling and end this daily grocery store misery for Canadian families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, it is jobs and a strong economy that is going to benefit every family in this country. And that's why it is significant that just this morning, Statistics Canada confirmed that we have created over 54,000 net new jobs this past month. When jobs are there for families, families benefit, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't stop there. Just yesterday, we actually announced a new early learning and childcare deal in Ontario. So parents are going to be saving over $10,000 a year on those are the kind of real actions that actually help Canadian families, and these Conservatives vote against them.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, as a single mom of two, I know firsthand that moms and dads want affordable groceries they can buy themselves.
Hear, hear.
They do not want to rely on a government handout. This Prime Minister is giving better deals to his Brookfield buddies than everyday Canadian families.
For sure.
Moms and dads want affordable, nutritious groceries, and again, that they can buy themselves. Will these Liberals ever stop living in their own elite bubble and start living in the real world with the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, we announced a new childcare agreement with Ontario that's going to save families up to $10,400 per year. But don't take my word for it. Christina Meadow is an Ontario mom here in Ottawa, and she says that early learning and childcare has changed her family's future. She says having access to high-quality, affordable childcare is the biggest peace of mind that you can ever have as a parent. So we are happy about the announcement today, Mr. Speaker. That is delivering for families, delivering for kids. Why won't the Conservatives support affordable childcare?
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
The latest food price report confirms what Canadian families were well aware of, that grocery prices are still going up. The average Canadian family will spend an additional $1,000 on groceries next year, and this is 7 months after the Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the prices at the grocery store. Well, that's what Canadians are doing, and they're wondering why the Liberals are increasing their industrial carbon tax, which makes it more expensive to grow, ship, and sell food. They're wondering why the Liberals aren't stopping their inflationary spending. We've given Liberals the solutions. Will they please steal these ideas too?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I want to start with a quote from an infamous author and professor. Climate change is our agri-food sector's greatest challenge, and we need to address it. You know who said that? Sylvain Charlebois, the food professor, on November 1st, 2024, in response to my question at committee. What's interesting is that the members don't take the time to read the report. They will not acknowledge that climate change is real at their conventions. They have no plan to fight climate change, and yet the very person that they quote every day cites it as their greatest challenge for our food system, that is increasing food prices.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, groceries are so expensive, Canadians can't afford the bologna the Liberals are selling. $17,500. That's what the average Canadian family will have to spend on groceries this year. A single parent in my riding making minimum wage would need to work 1,000 hours, half their year, just to put food on the table for their children. This has doubled since the Liberals took office in 2015. The Liberals may not do their own grocery shopping, but Canadians do, and they can't afford it. Simple question to the Parliamentary Secretary. How much is a litre of milk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'm happy to say that I do my own grocery shopping and all the cooking in my household as well. But what's interesting is that Canadian families want an empathetic, compassionate government that actually acts on the challenges and struggles that they're facing, not one that weaponizes their struggles for political gain. We're standing up for Canadians every day. We've offered an income tax cut for 22 million Canadians. We've cut childcare fees by more than in half, saving families $10,000 per year. The Canada Child Benefit put hundreds of dollars in Canadians' pockets. That's how you feed families for generations to come.
The honourable member for Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he should be judged by grocery prices. 8 months later, they've only gone up. Today's 2026 food price report says things will only get worse. Grocery bills have doubled since 2015. Next year, Canadians are projected to pay $1,000 more on groceries. Instead of lowering costs, the Liberals keep spending more and raising taxes, which drives up prices, especially for food. When will the Liberals cut their inflationary spending, scrap the industrial carbon tax, and cancel their new fuel tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that the Conservatives have attached their political fortunes on the failure of the Canadian economy, on the struggles of the Canadian people. They rejoice when our economy does bad. On this side of the House, we're looking for indicators and signs that our plan is working. And guess what? Today we had another sign that our plan is working to build a strong Canadian economy, which is 54,000 new jobs added to our economy. That's 181,000 jobs added in just the last 3 months. Real GDP has grown faster than expectations. Inflation is within the Bank of Canada's target range.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Lamatypédia. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' climate betrayal did not only cause the resignation of the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, 2 experts of the advisor group that was supposed to advise the Prime Minister about climate change also walked out. They said that they were used to being ignored, but now they're not even being heard. In other words, the Prime Minister is silencing everyone around him who cares about the environment, be they ministers or experts. How can the Liberals support a Prime Minister who refuses to listen to science?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And we would like to express our gratitude and thanks to Mr. Donner and Mademoiselle Abreu for their years of service and leadership at the Net Zero Advisory Board. Their important contributions to the board have helped guide our government's work in advancing decisive climate action in Canada, and we are better off for their contribution.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatypédia. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is ignoring environmental science. If the recent resignations did not make this obvious enough, let's hear what the government's lead science advisor, Mona Niemer, had to say. I asked her about the Liberal plan to build major projects like pipelines by getting around every piece of legislation other than the criminal code. She described this as nightmarish. She also confirmed that the Liberals had never consulted her. Do the Liberals find it reasonable that the government is completely sidelining their lead science advisor?
Mr. Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to express our thanks and gratitude to Mr. Donner and Mademoiselle Abreu for their years of service. Our government values the role of the Net Zero Advisory Board as an independent expert body that provides important advice to inform climate policy. We remain committed to working closely with the board, and we continue advancing Canada toward a net zero future.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holidays are approaching, but for many families, the season will be far from festive. Almost 85% of Canadians have stated that their main financial concern is the cost of food. There was a record 2.2 million visits to food banks in 1 month. Many people in these food lines are even children. Families are cutting back, skipping meals, and eating less nutritious food just so they could make it to the end of the week. How can the Liberals claim to be helping families when their policies are literally starving them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, we are there for families. We are investing in their needs. For example, we have invested in affordable childcare, which has reduced daycare costs by 50% nationwide. This helps families pay rent and helps them pay all sorts of bills. The same is true for the Canada Child Benefit. This benefit assists families. However, members across the way continue to oppose and vote against these measures. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. It looks like we've got Scrooge at the helm, Mr. Speaker. Since the Prime Minister took power, production and transportation costs have shot up. Energy, fertilizer, fuel, all of these costs have risen. Farming debt has increased by more than 14% in 1 year, the greatest increase since 1981. Almost a quarter of Canadians would eat more healthy food if they could afford it. 20% would buy higher quality food. Every aisle in the grocery store is more expensive. This government of Scrooges is proud. When will the Liberals admit that their policies are costing Canadians? Mr. Speaker, it is clear that no parent should worry about their ability to feed their child. That is why we have invested $13 billion in affordable housing to help families. We have also invested in childcare, dental care. All of these measures will help families keep more money in their pockets so that they could afford their daily costs. We will continue to invest in these support measures and in families, including children. I would encourage members across the way from helping us with this important work. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. Perhaps he should be careful what he wished for. Grocery prices are climbing. Families can't afford basics, and 85% of Canadians say food costs are their top concern. Canada's food price report says next year families will pay $1,000 more for groceries. When will these Liberals cut their inflationary spending, the industrial carbon tax, and their new fuel tax so that Canadians can simply afford to eat?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, instead of harping on about imaginary taxes that the Conservatives know aren't real and aren't affecting the price of food, they should think about their own conduct in this House. They should think about their votes. And when it comes to our budget does some key things. It improves access to the Canada Disability Benefit. It strengthens EI to protect workers. It increases investments in social and affordable housing. It makes the National School Food Program permanent. You know who considers those four things a priority, Mr. Speaker? The Daily Bread Food Bank in Toronto says those are the four things that we should be doing to help Canadians with the price of food. That's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsuki, Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, there's 8 million kids in Canada, and the last I count, the national program's not even feeding 2 million. So while families struggle with soaring grocery bills, small businesses are also being crushed by these same inflationary policies and the loss of purchasing power by Canadian families. Canada has 100,000 fewer entrepreneurs than it did today than in the year 2000. That's 100,000 less businesses able to support families and communities. Rising costs, higher taxes, and endless red tape are driving people out of business. Yeah. When will these Liberals admit their taxes and red tape are
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, it appears the members opposite have spent so long in the opposition benches that they become so disagreeable that they can't even agree with the things that they've advocated for, which is a shame. Tax cuts for 22 million Canadians, for example, or a GST cut on new home purchases of $50,000 to families. Automated tax benefits. How about tax deductions for businesses so they can invest in themselves to boost their productivity and growth? That's what increases real wages relative to the cost of living. That's how families get ahead. That's how you support Canadians. Why don't the Conservatives get on board?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
This Prime Minister told Canadians he should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. The average weekly food bill was $159 when the Liberals took over, but today it has doubled in the big cities. That doesn't address remote areas like Grand Cache and most of my riding, where it's much worse. New fuel standards, industrial carbon tax, and inflationary spending all increase the cost of transportation. When will these Liberals consider the consequences of their legislation and stop the measures so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives recognize what farmers already know, which is that the industrial carbon price has zero impact on food prices? We've heard this from experts in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what is going to benefit all Canadians. Good jobs and a strong economy. Today's Statistics Canada says we're doing both because we've created over 54,000 net new jobs in this past month. Employment is down. GDP is up. Wages are up. Rents are down. That is delivering for Canadians right across this country.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, as a newcomer to politics, I'm finding the Ottawa approach to problem solving quite perplexing. I'm proud of this government's focus on delivering for hardworking families through tax cuts for 22 million Canadians, by making sure every kid gets a healthy meal at school, investing billions in infrastructure projects, and creating good jobs in our local communities. But these plans for tax breaks and infrastructure investments are being met with obstruction. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance tell us why are practical solutions being reflexively blocked when hard-working families expect us to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Finance.
Well, I'm proud. too, and I'm proud to serve with the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Yes.
There's only one reason, Mr. Speaker, that key pieces of legislation are not moving through this House, and it's the opposition that are blocking it in committee and in this House. They're wasting time and blocking key legislation. It's the opposition that's stopping a first-time homebuyer's tax savings of $50,000 for first-time home purchases. It's the opposition that's stopping the creation of tens of thousands of high-paying jobs. It's the opposition that's stopping the National School Food Program from feeding more hungry children.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Last week, Drax Pellet Plant in Williams Lake announced it was shutting down. This week, Domtar Pulp Mill in Crofton announced a permanent closure. That's over 1,000 direct and indirect jobs lost. Another 1,000 families who are facing financial uncertainty. It's been 10 years. 10 years, and the Liberals have failed to negotiate a fair softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. The Prime Minister is now in Washington for a third photo op, this time for FIFA. Will he stand up for our devastated forestry families, or will he once again kneel before Donald Trump?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Speaker, obviously, we stand with the affected communities. It's terrible to see the job losses. The Minister has talked to Domtar. The Minister has talked to the BC Minister of Forestry. We want those jobs back, and we're going to work very hard to get them back.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
They say they stand with the workers who have lost their jobs. Have they stood with them in the unemployment line? Have they stood with them in the food bank line? Have they stood with them when the bank forecloses on their home? Have they stood with them when they've lost their business? Because that's the reality our families are facing. I'm not sure that member fully understands the dire situation we're in. We have entire communities that are drying up in our province of British Columbia. When will this Prime Minister get serious about forestry, protect our families, grow a spine, and stop caving to Donald Trump?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Speaker, we stand with them. We stand with them with supports that allow them to keep those jobs. We stand with them when they lose those jobs and are in those unemployment lines with more supports there as well. And we stand with the companies by investing in them heavily. We will always stand with our forestry communities. And I invite the member to work with me to bring even more supports to those communities, because it is vital to Canada's culture and economy.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
This Prime Minister invited Canadians to judge him by the prices at the grocery store, Mr. Speaker. 7 months later, shoppers are still going home with half the cart for twice the price. And the latest food price report says it's going to get $1,000 worse next year. Meanwhile, another mill is closing in my community, Mr. Speaker. As more people lose their jobs, anxiety is the only thing up more than the cost of food, as even full-time workers start to rely on food banks. When will the Liberals cut their inflationary spending so Canadians can afford groceries again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Governing House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there has been a lot of good news that's been coming out over the last few months related to jobs. When you take a look in terms of the month of September, you had over 50,000 jobs created. Most of that was in manufacturing, Mr. Speaker. In the month of October, you had over 50,000 jobs created. Most of that was in the province of Ontario. Today, we get the announcement of 60,000 plus jobs. In total, that's well over 150,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. That is actually good news, and the members opposite should recognize when good news hits you in the face and say, this is a good way for our building a strong...
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, and these Liberals must be shopping in the fantasy aisle because Canadians are still getting skewered at the checkout. Conservatives voted against policies that make life more expensive. In this Parliament, these Liberals voted against our motions that would have saved jobs, kept communities safe, and lowered costs. Inflationary Liberal spending is driving students, seniors, and now full-time workers to food banks. When will the Liberals stop raising taxes on the people who grow, transport, and sell our food so Canadians can put food on the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Governing House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, talk about fake outrage. Time and time again, we get the Conservative Party of Canada preventing legislation from being able to pass. Even the budget legislation, the implementation of the budget. Day after day we hear Conservative baffle-gab as opposed to allowing legislation to go through. Day and day we hear obstruction on important legislation like bail reform legislation to make our communities safer, whether it's providing supports for Canadians or providing a sense of security. The Conservative Party is more focused on the Conservative Party than they are on the Canadians. Shame on them.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
The Prime Minister says he should be judged by prices at the grocery store, but 7 months later, prices are skyrocketing and Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. And Canada's food price report shows that Canadians will have to pay an extra grand to buy groceries next year. To make matters worse, sawmill workers across the country are facing job losses as their mills close. The Prime Minister promised he would negotiate a trade deal. He's failed to do so, and now he just says, who cares? So, Mr. Speaker, with more Canadians struggling to buy groceries, with more job losses and more broken promises, what is it going to take for the Liberals to finally care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take the Conservatives at their word in this House when they stand up every day and complain about the Canadian economy. Well, we receive good news on this side and rejoice in it. The economy is actually faring well. The IMF just came out with a report and said Canada's economy is weathering the shocks of the tariff war or the trade war better than expected. We've heard that message again and again. The numbers show the same thing. Job numbers exceeding expectations 3 months in a row. Real GDP growth. Real wage growth over 33 months in a row. That's more money in Canadian.
The honourable member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Mr. Speaker, a report from the IMF means absolutely nothing to the workers in Ear Falls Sawmill who have lost their jobs. They don't want more big government programs, Mr. Speaker. They just want their jobs back. The Prime Minister said he would negotiate a win. That hasn't happened. He said that Canadians should judge him by prices at the grocery store, and prices keep rising. By every standard the Prime Minister has set for himself, he is failing. So if he can't negotiate a trade deal, will he at least cut the inflationary spending, the industrial carbon tax, and the new fuel tax, Mr. Speaker, so that Canadians can afford to buy groceries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when our government moved forward with the first round of major nation-building projects that would create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and add to Canada's GDP and economic output, what did the Conservative leader say? He called those projects pathetic. That's what he stood out there in the media and said about projects that would create tens of thousands of jobs. And yet here we are being lectured by the Conservatives today about good job numbers that exceeded expectations 3 months in a row. They can't seem to even get their story straight. Whose side are they on? Are they on the side of Canadians? Are they on the side of affordability?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Fertilizer production is essential to our Canadian farmers. Over 118,000 people are directly or indirectly employed by the industry. But this Liberal government's industrial carbon tax puts producers at a global disadvantage, burdening them with up to $1.3 billion in carbon costs by 2030. Domestic fertilizer producers can't pass those costs down to our farmers, as they have to absorb them to compete toe-to-toe with the rest of the world. When will this government finally level the playing field and scrap the industrial carbon tax on Canadian-made fertilizer?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, our farmers are at the front line of something very difficult, very challenging. They are fighting against tariff, the disruption of trade, and they're also about extreme weather events. So that report really clearly said, Mr. Speaker, that increasingly violent and unpredictable weather patterns are disrupting agricultural production, creating supply challenges, and continue to influence food prices across Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, the solution is to stand by with our farmers.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
If only fertilizers' challenges ended with the industrial carbon tax. To add to that billion-dollar burden, this government's mandatory bulk fertilizer label changes will cost the industry over $120 million. The Liberals' 30 by 2030 fertilizer emissions target could also lead to $48 billion in losses. These costs are ultimately passed on to Canadian farmers and, by extension, Canadians at the grocery store. Why is this government so obsessed with making it harder and more expensive for Canadian farmers to do what they do best? Feed our country.
Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I fully understand how fertilizer use is very important for a producer across country and to supply in the world with really healthy food. So we're working on with the farmer, with the industry, to find solution to a fertilizer made in Canada, Mr. Speaker, because in Canada we grow the best food in the world, and we'll continue to work with our farmers to ensure their long-term competitiveness and help protect the environment.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has adopted a perversely restrictive interpretation of the bulk labelling regulations under the Fertilizers Act. If enforced, the interpretation will impose $120 million in compliance costs on retailers, which will be passed on to farmers to achieve quite literally nothing. If the Liberals are truly committed to reduce red tape, they could instantly override the CFIA by making marginal clarifications to these regulations. Will they do so? Or will they allow the CFIA to drive small retailers out of business and drive up costs for Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, this new government is committed to reduce the red tape across the government, but especially with our agency, such as CFIA and PMRA. Mr. Speaker, in committee, we just finished a study on how to effectively reduce the red tape across the sector to support our producer, to support our farmers, and increase their productivity. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we work with our farmers and with our agency to find concrete solutions and help the productivity.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Mr. Speaker, 36 years ago, on December 6th, 14 young women were killed at the Montreal École Polytechnique, a horrible event that shook the entire country. It is our collective duty to fight against gender-based violence. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell this House about the measures taken to honor the memory of these young students and to ensure that an event like this can never happen again? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On December 6th, 1989, time stopped, and 36 years later, our society still bears the mark of that event. We must continue to fight gender-based violence. On the one hand, we are working to strengthen the criminal code, and on the other, we are working on prevention. We have an action plan that has invested more than $500 million. The security of women throughout the country will always be our priority. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Chair of the Transportation Committee. The Liberals, with Canada Post, has given a great many contracts to certain companies, and for over a month, the Chair of the committee has forced us to use emergency measures to make him do his work. Will the Chair of the committee finally call a meeting next Tuesday, or will the Chair continue to hide behind his minister?
Transport Committee, the member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Du président libéral démontre un mépris pour cet
Mr. Speaker, this government has shown contempt for the committee. The chair has continued to suspend the committee for so-called technical reasons, and it never came back. This is an abuse of power. We're talking about road safety and the safety of Canadians. This is serious and urgent. The Liberal chair must decide whether he is at the service of the government or at the service of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I have finally gotten a decent answer. The Minister of Transport has ordered members to harm the work of the committee through Liberal filibustering. This is a waste of money. It's throwing money out the window. Why is the Minister trying to avoid transparency? Why is the Minister trying to hide the truth from Canadians? Why is the Minister sanctioning these obstructionary tactics? Why is the Minister preventing the committee from doing its work? which is harming the road safety of people in Beauce.
Mr. Speaker, we are unwavering in our support for victims and their families that have been impacted by the exploitation and illegal operation with the trucking industry. Now, the Conservatives are always looking to block things in committee. In this particular committee, Mr. Speaker, they have an opportunity to focus on solutions, yet they bring up problems, like they bring up problems here. When the time comes, Mr. Speaker, to vote on solutions for Canadians, they bring up the problem, vote against the solution every single time.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Through the chair of the Transportation Committee, it shouldn't take opposition parties calling emergency meetings to get a parliamentary committee just to meet like they're supposed to. But that's exactly what the opposition parties have been forced to do. When we did have a meeting, during the middle of the meeting, they suspended and ran out the back door. So will the chair confirm that there are scheduled meetings, or will he just run out the back door again?
Vice Chair of the Transport Committee.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal chair's conduct shows contempt for this institution. He has refused to convene meetings 3 times and even suspended one for technical reasons before leaving, never to return. Worse, a Liberal MP has been filibustering for the past month, not only resisting hearing from victims, but deliberately delaying recommendations that could save lives. Every day those recommendations are stalled, they put Canadians at risk. That is shameful. A Conservative notice of motion has been filed condemning this misconduct. The Liberal chair must decide, is he a political operative serving the government or an impartial chair serving this country?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians are fighting bravely for their freedom in the face of unwarranted aggression from Russia. Right now, Ukraine needs military resources such as fuel, medical supplies, communications equipment, and winter gear and more. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update this House on how Canada and NATO are supporting Ukraine at this time?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, thank the honourable member for the question. Over the past 3.5 years, the Government of Canada has provided approximately $22 billion multifaceted support for Ukraine, military, financial and economic support. And then this week at NATO, I committed another $235 million for Ukraine in defense of their sovereignty and security, and to ensure that their soldiers can make it through the winter as they fight on the front lines against this illegal and unjustifiable invasion. Canada will always stand for the rules-based international order that has kept us all safe since the end of the Second World War.
The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, in last month's budget, the finance minister said he made tough decisions to find savings. So I was surprised and disappointed to learn that the CEO of Farm Credit Canada racked up $300,000 in travel expenses this year and last year. Furthermore, almost all of those expenses were within Canada to talk with FCC employees at their offices. Why can't FCC spend $20 on a Zoom subscription instead of $300,000 on the CEO's travel expenses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the preparations leading up to this year's budget 2025, there was a comprehensive expenditure review that looked at all the operational possible savings that the federal government could make in order to invest in the Canadian economy, to ensure that we have a capital budgeting framework that ensures we achieve capital formation, that we grow the Canadian economy, that we attract investment, that we diversify our trade, that we build infrastructure, defense capabilities, and housing that Canadians want, that we can defend our sovereignty, that we can build an affordable future for all Canadians. That's exactly what this government is up to. We're building Canada strong.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, food prices are exploding. Groceries are up 4 to 6%, costing the average household as much as $1,000 more per year. Expert points to extreme weather events, supply shocks, and corporate greed. But, Mr. Speaker, not only do the Liberals not have a climate plan, they keep protecting their corporate friends while people across Canada are starving for a fair deal at the checkout. When will the government act and deliver a real public option for food?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 set out to actually make life more affordable for Canadians, and this member voted against the very programs that are going to support families in her community. Budget 2025 cuts taxes for 22 million Canadians. It makes the National School Food Program permanent. It's going to deliver automatic tax filing for over 5.5 million Canadians. It makes generational investments in housing and infrastructure and supports important programs like the Canada Disability Benefit, Mr. Speaker. These are exactly the programs that are going to help families and make life more affordable for them and their kids.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, coastal communities are running out of time. Key federal programs to protect wild salmon and restore critical habitat expire in March, and they weren't included in this budget. The government still has not confirmed renewal, and communities can't wait for a spring economic statement. On the West Coast, wild salmon are vital for food security, culture, the ecosystem, and the economy. First Nations, hatcheries, and restoration groups are doing the work, but they can't plan without federal certainty. It's essential that we don't take our foot off the gas. Will the minister renew these essential programs now?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the member that the program funding does continue to March of 2026, and I am actively engaging with members across the country to talk about the effect of the program in their communities, what it is that was very strong and what it is that we need to look to into the future. Climate changes, the stock of salmon and other seafoods change, and we need to be able to align our programs to the reality in the waters and in communities. And I'm happy to continue to dialogue with that member.
That brings an end to question period. Ça met fin à la période de questions. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Supplementary Estimates B, 2025-26.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committee.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present a petition on behalf of the people of Port Perry and the people of Blackstock in my riding of York-Durham on the Liberal gun confiscation program. Residents in my riding draw attention to the fact that Canada already has a sensible firearms regulation system, and that legal firearms are strong advocates for that system, and that criminals who illegally obtain firearms don't follow that system anyway. And so therefore, residents in my riding are asking the government to do 3 things. One is to repeal the orders in council and former Bill C-21 and all other relevant laws that confiscate and prohibit firearms. 2, to cancel the gun confiscation scheme. And 3, to apologize to legal firearms owners and compensate them for the loss of the use and enjoyment of their firearms.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today on behalf of constituents, including from Hague, Osler, Warman, and Rostern, to table a petition on their behalf. The petitioners believe that Canadians who find themselves struggling with mental illness should be given support and resources to address the challenges they face. They also believe vulnerable Canadians deserve compassion and care and should not be offered medical assistance in dying, As such, they call on this House to support Bill C-218.
Petition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling this petition on behalf of collected by Doctors Against Genocide, and they cite that under Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, Canada is required to respect international humanitarian law. The petitioners highlight that under Article 59 of the 4th Geneva Convention, Israel as an occupying power must allow and facilitate humanitarian aid by impartial organizations, and that Canada's own International Assistance Accountability Act requires that all Canadian foreign aid uphold human rights and international legal standards, and Israel's policy and actions violate all of these obligations. Mr. Speaker, they highlight that the demand for full restoration of access for UN agencies and established humanitarian NGOs, including UNRWA and the World Food Programme, that they call on Canada to support them and insist on safe and immediate entry for Canadian healthcare workers and other international humanitarian personnel to Palestine, and withhold Canadian funding from any entity or model that does not comply with principles of neutrality, impartiality, independence, and humanity. Ensure that all Canadian aid to Gaza is delivered through internationally recognized humanitarian channels. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the residents of Abbotsford South Langley today who are deeply concerned about the increasing prevalence of organized crime, extortion, shooting, and intimidation in our community. Recent daylight shootings, homicides, and other violent incidents underscore a broader, systematic public safety crisis in our country. The petitioners mourn the tragic death of Darshan Singh Sassi. These residents call upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how the federal, provincial, and local municipalities are working together to further prevent increases in violent and organized crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of residents of Mission Matsqui Abbotsford who are frightened by the ever-increasing levels of organized violence, extortion, shootings, and intimidation across the Fraser Valley and Lower Mainland. Daylight shootings, murders, and violence underscore a broader public safety crisis. These residents call upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how federal, provincial, and local authorities are working together to prevent further increases in violent and organized crime. Petitioners also outline their call to action on this in memory of Mr. Darshan Sassi. Second petition I would like to present today is on behalf of angered parents who send their kids to Abbotsford Traditional School. These parents are calling upon the Government of Canada to cease all funding to BC Housing until they come to their senses and stop their plan to put a safe consumption site across the street from the school track. Parents are worried about their children being exposed to drug paraphernalia and drugs writ large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I want to present a number of petitions here today. The first is a number of Canadians from across the country who want to just call to the attention of the government the persecution of Christians around the world. Christians are the most persecuted group in the world, and the folks that have they call on the Canadian government to prioritize the principles of universal human rights and religious freedoms in their foreign policy and right here at home. So that's the first petition, Mr. Speaker. The second petition I have from Canadians from across the country who have signed this one. These folks that have signed this petition, they're concerned around forced organ harvesting that's happening around the world, and they note that organ trade is a growing concern across the globe, and they want Canada to ensure that the legislation that is in place here in Canada is properly enforced, and to maybe re-examine some of the practices that are happening both here and abroad to ensure that forced organ harvesting is not, or Canadians are not participating in it, nor is it happening around the world. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about Canada's MAID regime. They're saying that choosing MAID in the absence of real services or treatment is not really a choice at all. And we've heard from a number of folks where they wanted to point out a number of folks had been provided or suggested made from government officials, and offering medical assistance to dying is as a solution to folks with chronic disability or chronic illness, reduces incentives to improve treatment and care for people in these conditions. Canadians don't want to be these Canadians don't want to be an ableist society or an ableist ableist healthcare system, and so many disability advocates have expressed their opposition to MAID for those people with disabilities. So therefore, they call on the Government of Canada to protect all Canadians whose death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medical assistance in dying to those whose prognosis is not foreseeable within the next 6 months. The final petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the treatment of, or the state of religious freedom in India. They want to highlight the U.S. Commission on the International Religious Freedom, the state of where they recognize the state of India's religious freedom. They wanted to point out that Christians in India are being targeted, and their churches are being attacked, their church workers are being attacked, and their congregants are being threatened. They also wanted to point out that the elite groups are being persecuted as well, particularly elite women and girls are being registered as being victims of crime in India. And they also wanted to point out that the Indian Muslims are at risk of genocide and that they're being persecuted as well. So they're calling on the Canadian government to ensure that any trade deals that are signed with Canada and India have as an underlying basis human rights provisions, and to ensure that our human rights dialogue continues between Canada and India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Frontenac-Lanark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. Both relate to freedom of religion. The first relates to Falun Gong practitioners, an issue that I've been pursuing now for a quarter of a century. The very first thing I said in the House of Commons 25 years ago was on the subject of the communist persecution of Falun Gong. This still goes on, Mr. Speaker, after a campaign of more than a quarter of a century. Falun Gong practitioners in China, the petitioners point out, have suffered a number of very serious human rights abuses, ranging from detention, torture, and forced organ harvesting, which of course involves the death of the person whose organ has been harvested. There is transnational persecution that extends to Canada. There are attempts to influence the Canadian government to turn it against this peaceful religion. The petitioners ask that we take steps to make sure this doesn't happen. Mr. Speaker, the second petition relates to a report of the Finance Committee asked some time ago now that asked for religious charities to be stripped of their CRA tax-exempt status. The petitioners point out that nearly half of all work done in the charitable sector is done by religious-based charities, and they note that it is inappropriate for the government to be assigning a values test and saying that unfashionable values, those held by religious groups, should exempt them from doing the great work they do for our communities.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood-Port for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to present an as yet undetermined number of petitions before the House today. The first petition draws the attention of the House to the ongoing illegal occupation of Cyprus by the Turkish military. Petitioners highlight that the Turkish military invasion in 1974 was illegal and brutal, resulting in the ongoing occupation of 37% of the island and 57% of its coastline. The occupation led to significant human rights violations, including loss of life, mass displacement, ongoing presence of military forces on the island, and illegal settlements. The people of Cyprus, as well as the diaspora here and around the world, continue to be concerned about this issue, that Cyprus's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity must be respected. Further, petitioners note that the United Nations Security Council has passed multiple resolutions calling for the withdrawal of Turkish troops and settlers and the reunification of Cyprus based on respect for fundamental human rights and freedom of all Cypriots. And the occupation has impacted many other communities and other communities that have been impacted by human rights violations committed by the Turkish state continue to be concerned about these issues as well. Petitioners want to see UN Security Council resolutions on Cyprus upheld. They want to see the government condemn this illegal occupation, advocate for the immediate withdrawal of Turkish troops from Cyprus, ensure that no Canadian arms, military equipment, or technology are sold to Turkey for use against Cyprus or other oppressed groups. They want the Government of Canada and parliamentarians to advocate for a free, united Cyprus based on relevant UN Security Council resolutions and the European Union's statements in this regard. The next petition that I'd like to table draws the attention of the House to a quite extreme proposal on euthanasia or MAID put forward by Mr. Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians. It recommended expanding euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. This is deeply troubling, but sadly, he's not the only person. We've seen members of the government advocate for so-called mature minors, for people underage, to be eligible for euthanasia. Petitioners want the government and the House to oppose and block any attempt to legalize the killing of children within our medical system. Hard to believe that needs to be said, but in Canada of 2025, it does. Another petition on the tragic situation in this country around euthanasia. This is from Canadians concerned about the impact on Canadians living with disabilities. They note how allowing euthanasia for those with disabilities or chronic illnesses has negatively impacted their experience when interacting with the healthcare system. It devalues their lives, tacitly endorsing the notion that life with disability is optional and, by extension, dispensable. Petitioners say that offering medical assistance in dying as a solution for disability or chronic illness reduces incentives to improve treatment and care for people with these conditions. The Canadians do not want a continuing degeneration of public services in an ableist direction where Canadians seeking unrelated services or accessing health support are pushed towards considering death instead. Many disability advocates in Canada have expressed opposition to allowing MAID for people with disabilities. Therefore, the proposal of this particular group of petitioners is to protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting MAID for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill S-209, although it says S-210 because that was the number used in the last Parliament. Petitioners support this bill to protect young people, to protect children from accessing explicit sexual material online. Showing sexually explicit material to children is a form of child abuse, yet it happens regularly online. Many children are accessing violent sexual material at an early age, and well-established methods for age verification that does not involve proof of identity, but age verification methods could protect children from this scourge. Petitioners recognize the importance of this and want to see the House support the adoption of this bill.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's response to questions number 474 to 496 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately. And then finally, after that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand. So we'll leave it two.
So for the orders for return, is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. So agreed? Agreed. So done. Agreed and so ordered. Questions on order paper? And let the question stand? Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day?
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C15, loi numéro 1 d'exécution du budget de 2025 et sur l'amendement de M. Jenness.
Resuming debate. I have a point of order for the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Chair, I just would like you to canvass the House to see if we have quorum to continue the debate.
We do have quorum. With that being said, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parkland.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the Liberal government's latest budget proposal, a budget that fails Canadians on affordability, jobs, housing, and immigration. Now, I'm going to start with the good news first, because there isn't much. The PV Mart in Spruce Grove has now reopened, and folks are really excited. After 10 years, but now we're into the bad news. After 10 years of deficits, Canada's finances are in a troubling shape. This budget adds $321.7 billion to the federal debt over the next 5 years. That's more than twice what the Prime Minister previously projected. And that works out to over $10 million in new debt each and every hour. Now, this huge deficit comes on top of a number of very important cuts that this government is also making. This Liberal government likes to talk about all their spending and their generosity, but I think it should be pointed out that they're making some significant cuts to areas of importance. They're removing statutory protections for free postage for blind people who are accessing literature products that weigh more than regular literature products. These statutory protections are being removed. I wonder why the government would be removing accessibility supports for blind people. My grandfather was blind, and he utilized those services, and I think it's very concerning. I also received a very concerning letter from a constituent, Nicole Callahoo, who serves as the education director for the Paul First Nation. I just want to read a few excerpts from her letter to me. We're writing today with a heavy heart and a deep sense of urgency. Despite submitting full Jordan's Principle applications and following every step as required, our school has not received the necessary funding to continue services for our students. We are now in the 4th month of the school year, and these delays contradict both the spirit and the purpose of Jordan's Principle. For those who don't know, Jordan's Principle is a principle which requires the federal government to provide funding for at-risk Indigenous students. I further quote, "In the true way of our ancestors, we did not wait for approvals before taking care of our children. We honored their needs and began services immediately so that they would not experience further hardship or delay. These supports have brought powerful changes. Students who were once quiet and unsure have begun to speak for the first time. Those who carried worry and heaviness have started to open their hearts. They look forward to their sessions. Families have shared that they notice a new calmness, confidence, and connection in their children. These are not small steps. They are the beginnings of healing. However, because the funding from the federal government remains outstanding, we now face the painful reality of stopping these services. Ending supports after children have finally begun to trust and feel safe goes against our cultural teachings and against everything that Jordan's Principle stands for. Interrupting care will undo progress, break relationships, and cause harm that could have been prevented. This type of disruption echoes the very history that Jordan's Principle was created to stop. Jordan's Principle exists so that no First Nations child is caught in delay, conflict, or confusion. It is rooted in a teaching that the child comes first, before government processes, before jurisdictional disagreements, and before paperwork. Yet the current delays and the refusals to fund are causing harm to our students, harm that carries emotional, educational, and cultural consequences. I just wanted to share that from Nicole Callahoo, the Education Director of Paul First Nation. We stand up and listen in this House every day as these Liberals talk about reconciliation and talk about their big new programs to support children, and yet children, Indigenous children, First Nations children in my region are suffering because of this government's failures to support them. Failures that violate treaties, failures that violate court rulings, and it's a shame. And yet, despite this government's cold-hearted cuts, our national debt now stands at $1.3 trillion, and taxpayers are now paying $55 billion just in interest payments every year. That's more than the Canada Health Transfer, and it's more than all the GST collected. It's over $3,000 per household. Meanwhile, GDP growth is stuck, and unemployment is expected to average over 6% over the next 5 years. These recent job numbers we received are painting a troubling picture. While we're seeing part-time jobs replacing high-paying, family-supporting full-time jobs. We cannot run an economy and we cannot support families based on part-time employment. The gig economy is not a strategy for success, and yet these Liberals seem to stand up here and celebrate it every day. The Prime Minister promised to balance the operating budget within 3 years to ensure that there was a declining deficit to GDP ratio and a declining debt to GDP ratio. However, the parliamentary budget officer says that there's very little chance of meeting this. Fitch Ratings is warning that this budget weakens Canada's credit profile. What happens when our credit profile goes down? Our interest rates to borrow go up, which means that more and more of our tax dollars goes to servicing our debt instead of going to essential programs like supporting Jordan's Principle, like supporting literature for the blind and supporting all the other programs that people depend on the government. You know, it's not just Conservatives saying this. Dan Kelly, the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, called the budget a missed opportunity to provide meaningful relief to Canada's employers. Conservatives are proposing amendments to scrap hidden taxes on food, work, home building, investment and energy, and to cap the deficits. This government rejected these ideas and instead has added new spending. This isn't responsible budgeting, it's reckless, and it's hurting the vulnerable people in Canada the most. The results of this Liberals' poor economic management is higher inflation, higher interest rates, and higher costs for Canadians. We just read a report that this coming year, Canadians can expect to pay $1,000 more. A family of four paying $1,000 more just for groceries. And Statistics Canada confirms that the prices for food, gas, and rent continue to rise. Now, some might call this a global phenomenon, but it's rising far faster than our closest neighbor and trading partner, the United States. Food inflation is nearly double the Bank of Canada's target rate and rising 48% faster than in the United States. Between March and September 2025 alone, strawberries rose 25%, beef by 20%, ground coffee by 20%, and chicken drumsticks by 17%. A decade ago, when Conservatives were in government, individuals with a full-time job were not relying on food banks to feed themselves and their family. Now, the high cost of groceries is exacerbating the issues of food insecurity, and we have many families who are working full-time who still have to go to the food bank. It's risen by over 40% poverty in the last 2 years alone. Food Banks Canada has given the government an F for poverty and food insecurity, noting that hunger is becoming normalized in Canada. More working people, seniors, and young families are relying on food banks than ever before. Now, when we talk about housing, the Prime Minister has promised 500,000 new homes, yet that number has been significantly downgraded. Build, which is an advocacy group for home builders, actually projects that the Liberal government's home building program could cost the sector over 100,000 jobs. We've seen pre-construction sales collapse. In the GTA alone, they're down 82%. Developmental charges, which make up 25% of the cost of homes these days, have risen by 700% in 20 years. It's pricing many families out of the market. We've seen population growth under this Liberal government outpace housing supply, outpace healthcare services and educational services because of this government's failed immigration policies. Instead of aligning our immigration system with housing and service capacity, they're making these high levels permanent, keeping over 2 million temporary residents by 2027. That's a 300% increase since 2015. They have no plan for 500,000 undocumented individuals or 3 million temporary workers whose visas are now expiring. This inaction is directly straining wages, it's hurting health care, it's hurting housing availability, and it's hurting childcare. Canadians deserve an immigration system that takes into account the needs of Canadians first. That means a system aligned to the realities of our infrastructure capabilities, our health care, educational, and job market. Now, despite the Prime Minister's comments, young Canadians have already sacrificed enough. He said, you need to sacrifice more. Well, they've already sacrificed enough. Youth unemployment has climbed to over 13%, the highest since 2010. Students who are trying to balance school and work face unemployment rates of over 17%. It follows a difficult summer where many returning students faced the worst job market since the Great Recession. And those who are recently graduating are facing an extremely difficult job market and unable to find jobs in their field. Now, the Prime Minister said to them that they've got to sacrifice more. Well, we're seeing too many young people who should be buying their first home, starting a family, be in the highlight of their career, pursuing something that they love, and yet many of them are still having to live in their parents' basements because they can't afford to get a home. Many have sacrificed the dream of home ownership. They've paid the price as food costs have exploded. They've paid exorbitant taxes, delaying their ability to start family. They've sacrificed enough. This Liberal government spending-driven deficit takes money out of the pockets of every Canadian. It's making everything more expensive. Young Canadians shouldn't have to suffer. Now, Conservatives have a vision for a future Canada where Canadians, all Canadians, can thrive, a country where hard work is rewarded, where you can start a business, build a home, develop our resources.
I'm afraid the member has run out of time. Questions and comments. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to emphasize that going out of the election, we made a commitment to Canadians on a number of different fronts. But, I want to highlight some very good news that came out today. We have now had 3 months in a row where we've had substantial job growth, Mr. Speaker. In September, 60,000 jobs were created. 28,000 of those were in the manufacturing industry. We had 67,000 jobs in October, Mr. Speaker. Vast majority of those were actually in the province of Ontario. 60,000 this month, or I should say in November. That is significant growth. Does the member not agree that jobs matter and is a great indicator in terms of how...
Okay, thank you. And the member for Parkland, his old name comes to mind, but Parkland, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jobs are important. And I want to remind that member of a few names that he might not know about. Crofton, 1,000 jobs lost. Brampton, 3,000 jobs lost. Algoma Steel, over 400 jobs lost. Sawmill towns across Western Canada, particularly in British Columbia, thousands of jobs lost. These communities have been gutted, and this government has absolutely failed. And what I would remind that member is that when you look at the job numbers, we're talking about part-time jobs. This government is creating a gig economy. And a gig economy is not a strategy for families that can buy homes, families that can support a growing family, families that can support...
Okay, thank you. The member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government over the last 10 years has arguably the worst economic record since 1945. Here's just one set of data points. Overall Liberal productivity has declined in each and every of the last 4 years. I can't think of any 4-year period since 1945 where this has happened. It's in CANSIM table 3830033. Productivity was $65 per hour in 2021, $64.60 in 2022, $63.50 in 2023, $63.20 in 2024 last year. It has dropped in each and every of the last 4 years since 2020. That's why the Bank of Canada has called it emergency. The budget does little to address this productivity emergency. Would the member comment?
The member for Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, for providing this great data for the House of Commons to review, because I think for many Canadians these numbers might seem like they're abstract, but let me talk to you about how important it is that when Canada has the worst productivity growth in the last 4 years, what does that mean? It means that we're not creating jobs in this country. It means that we're not raising wages in this country. It means that we're not creating the economic growth in this country that can sustain our healthcare system and our social safety net. And under the last 4 years of this failed Liberal government, our productivity has been in the gutter. And the Bank of Canada is sounding the alarm, and this Liberal budget does very little to address our productivity crisis. Thank you.
The member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, it's critical we plug economic leakages right now. In 2010, the Conservatives scrapped the 25% tariff on foreign-built ferries, claiming Canadian shipyards couldn't compete, and the Liberals made that mistake permanent in 2016. Since then, ferry contracts and good jobs have gone overseas, while communities like Port Alberni on Vancouver Island lack the dry dock capacity for shipbuilding, maintenance, repair, and recycling. Reinstating this tariff would level the playing field and generate revenue to build that capacity here at home. Does my colleague agree that the government should reverse this mistake and reinstate the tariff to support Canadian workers and Canadian shipyards?
The member for Parkland.
Well, I find it very interesting, when I see a member, my honourable colleague from the NDP, calling for a return to tariffs. And I can say that in my personal opinion, I don't want to see tariffs. I want to see a country where businesses want to come here and thrive because we've got good regulations, we've got a responsible tax rate that drives investment into our country, where we have a strong, educated, and skilled workforce that is able to provide the productivity gains needed to bring that investment and those jobs into our country. I think that when we're talking about bringing things like tariffs in, we're providing a crutch for the economy, which makes it so it's more difficult to get those needed investments and reforms to ensure that we can have the strong jobs that we need for the future economy. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to rise today in this House, as it always is. And today, of course, we're discussing the Budget Implementation Act, and I want to talk about a little bit, just in generalities, the importance of the private sector and of the individual workers, entrepreneurs, and job creators across this great country. It's ultimately them that will drive our productivity and our economy forward. And unfortunately, this government has been working at counter purposes of empowering them, getting them to do the work that they do great, which is create jobs and create wealth. In our country, as nearly any metric will tell you, by nearly any international or domestic organization, we have extremely high rates of taxation, extremely high rates of regulation. And this regulation has the undeniable impact of limiting the potential, of limiting our ability to fully exploit our economy as we go forward. And this is across different sectors, whether you're talking about manufacturing and in my great province of Ontario, where we have some of the best manufacturers in the entire world. When I meet with them, and met with many of them in my own riding in towns like Cobourg and Port Hope, they all talked about the inability to fully exploit their potential because of the amount of red tape and regulations surrounding them, particularly that at the federal level. Who ultimately benefits from a corporation, a company being successful, are the workers, because it's the workers, when a company is successful, that will receive much of the compensation that comes from that. And when we look at this, we see this regulation, and we see it slowing down. And if you don't believe politicians, because you know what, there have been, I know you won't believe this, Mr. Speaker, but there have been politicians, even in this very House, who have been disingenuous, who haven't been entirely believable. I'd like to maybe direct your attention to a scholarly book written on business by one of the bright lights in terms of academic discussion of businesses and how business succeed. His name is Jim Collins. Jim Collins wrote Good to Great. For those of you who don't have knowledge of this, I highly recommend it. His books have been highly influential, not just in the business sector, but in the non-governmental and the non-profit sector and the charitable sector as well. He had a number of different rules based on an incredibly large study that he did of many, many countries or many, many companies over a long period of time. The empirical data in there is really undeniable. And one of the conclusions he came to was talking about the level of controls, bureaucracy, and rules in a corporation. He said that ultimately governments often, or actually in this case companies, would put copious amounts of rules in place in order to fence in or box in a couple of bad actors. And what happened was, with all these rules, those folks who are entrepreneurs, those people who are inventive, those people who are driving the productivity of those companies forward were snuffed out. And so in his research, once again, the book is called Good to Great. Highly recommend that everyone check it out. He went and did this empirical data. And for those companies that put too much regulation on, they almost nearly always failed. They were unable to compete with those businesses that instead of hemming individuals in with these oppressive regulations, what they did instead was establish a culture of responsibility. A culture of responsibility. In other words, they trusted they trusted individuals to do what was in the best interest of themselves, but also the company going forward. And by putting in place that culture of personal responsibility, you saw that it not only did it have the effect of making people more entrepreneurial, more innovative, it brought people into the organization and, quite frankly, brought people in together, because no longer did they look at people as the enemy, as their potential, as their competitors. They went through the corporation. They saw their colleagues as potential people to help them up the ladder as they went. And so the empirical evidence is clear. When we look at the overall calculation of the next subject I'd like to talk to you is a little bit what I've deemed the fiscal or financial imbalance in our country. So in any society, in any modern society, there's a calculus that has to be made. How much resources are dedicated to the public sector and how much resources are dedicated to the private sector? I want to start out by saying the private sector has many great purposes. Our police, our fire, our armed forces, and even the equity ability of the government, I don't think should be understated. But the challenge is when you put too much of your resources on the public side of the ledger, you end up starving the private sector of the economy. And this creates what has been seen across many countries, from the Soviet Union to Venezuela to Cuba to many others, a socialist death spiral of the economy. Because what happens is that as the private sector gets starved of oxygen or resources or capital, what happens is that starts to actually have a compounding impact. Because as businesses don't have the ability to go forward, to move and to grow and to invest, that actually multiplies throughout the economy. And so if one business fails, what happens is that those companies that supply that company may also fail. And that cascades across the entire economy. And then what happens is that more individuals require the assistance of the state going forward, which actually requires the government then to pay more money. And then that cycle just continues. As you take more money out of the private sector shrinks yet more, which shrinks the tax base, which puts greater needs on the state, which creates a socialist death spiral, where the private sector just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the state gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the reality is that the innovators, the job creators, are snuffed out one by one by one by one. And we've seen the impact of the socialist death spiral. Most notable in the not too distant future is, of course, the Soviet Union, where they centralized everything and they snuffed out the private sector, the innovation going forward. But we've seen it again in Venezuela, we've seen it in Cuba, and we've seen it in other states around the world as well. And so that's all well and good, but what do we do for a solution? So just to tell you where we are with Canada, though, before we get into solving this issue, is in Canada, we are headed towards that path. There just is no denying that. With a $1.35 trillion debt, a $78 billion deficit, and $55 billion paid in interest, and sometimes unfortunately, we will see individuals on the other side, if not purposely, then unintentionally misleading Canadians by stating that, Canada's debt is not that high. Well, as they've said, as our leaders said, if you torture the data long enough, it'll confess to anything. The reality is that when you actually take the picture through the total debt calculation, which includes both provincial and federal debt, as well as the debt that's required for the CPP. You can't use CPP money to apply to debt, which is what they do when they try to say we don't have a debt issue. That money's already spent, at least I hope it is. Otherwise, they're going to rob CPP. The reality is when you take that calculation, we are the second worst in the GDP. We are the second worst in Japan with a total debt ratio of well over 100% of our GDP. Only second to Japan, of course, and they had their own lost decade, and we have experienced ours, and quite frankly, we continue to experience that. So what do we need to get back on track as a country? We need to move away from seeing government as the answer. The government, too, is most cases not the answer. They are, in fact, the culprit. They are responsible for driving down our economy. They're the reason why we've had the worst economic growth since the Great Depression. We need to, once again, not trust in the Canadian government, but trust in the Canadian people. We need to correct the fiscal financial imbalance that has given way too much money to the federal government and not enough money to the Canadian citizens, entrepreneurs, and job creators. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be able to amplify the fact that the Canadian economy is doing relatively well with a new Prime Minister and a government that's focused on building a Canada strong through bringing down barriers so that there's more trade within Canada. We've seen significant commitments going into the billions of dollars towards major projects. We've seen expanded trading opportunities. Today we have the announcement of jobs. In the last 3 months alone, over 150,000 jobs that have been created. Yet we see the Conservative Party throughout this whole process doing what it can to prevent legislation from passing, whether it's the budget, Mr. Speaker, whether it's good legislative reforms or changes in bail. The Conservative Party seems to be in the way of Canadians being able to realize even greater benefit. Would he not agree that it's time the Conservative Party get out of the way?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Yeah, well, there is so much I disagree with in that, but I'll focus on my shadow cabinet area, which is interprovincial trade. And he should actually consult with his own bureaucrats, who I wrote to, and asked them exactly how much has the reduction in interprovincial trade barriers, the federal interprovincial trade barriers, the progress they've made, and that contributed to the economy. You know what they said, Mr. Speaker? Zero. And that's how much sense this member makes.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to see the Liberals get up time and time again and try to trick Canadians with fake good news. They talk about, an increase in jobs, but they fail to mention we're talking about part-time jobs versus full-time jobs. Not even to add on that full-time, people who are working in full-time jobs right now, Mr. Speaker, are still lining up at food banks. And this unaffordable budget is going to make things so much worse. And I would welcome the member to comment on that. I'm so thankful for his speech. He lives and represents the similar region that I do down in the Durham region. So I'd love to hear his comments on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest challenges to democracy, certainly in the 20th century and likely before then, is demagogues. And that's what we hear from this side. We call it modern-day gaslighting. But the reality is Canada's economy is not as strong as it should be. Our oil and gas sector has been kneecapped by this government, which drove productivity historically for Canada. We had GDP per capita growth the worst since the Great Depression in the last 10 years, and this government will seize on the smallest bit of good information and try to exploit it to make it look like like something that isn't true. The reality is that if you want to see the issues of the Canadian economy, just come down to the Coburg Fair Share Food Bank and you'll see the realities.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I'd like to hear his position on the fact that all of our plans have led to October and November having 60,000 jobs added per month. Will my colleagues support the Budget Implementation Act?
For Northumberland Clark.
The reality is that we actually lost full-time jobs, and most of the jobs were part-time. And that shows that Canadians are struggling. We need great full-time jobs, jobs that should have been at Stellantis, jobs that should have been at Algoma Steel, jobs that should have been at Weetabix in my riding. It's this government driving out the economic wealth creators, the job creators, that is causing our Canadian economy to lose great union jobs.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I'm on the Transport Committee with him. And in fact, I wanted to speak about the Transport Committee. in his speech, we're hearing that he supports deregulation. I understand his reasoning. He's saying that with too much red tape, we smother businesses and make them less productive. But on the other hand, there are also problems when we don't have enough regulation or when they're not appropriately applied. Like, for example, what we're looking at committee, the issue of the contract truckers, a situation which the Liberal government allowed to continue for a decade before it was revealed brutally by the work we did at the committee. Does my colleague think that in a case like that one, we should remove regulations?
Berlin Clark in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you very much. So the Liberals want lots of regulations that they don't enforce. Conservatives want less regulation that we do enforce. And that, I think, would go a long way to solving the Drivers' Inc. problem. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Civil Community South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. Sadly, this is not the right budget for Canada. It spends too much in the wrong areas, taxes families that are struggling to get by, and ultimately leaves an enormous debt to our generation and more likely the generation after them. Most likely the generation after them. Ultimately, that's why I voted against the Liberals' budget. Not because I oppose every line in a budget that spans hundreds of pages and thousands of programs, but because it prioritized a heavy tax and spend agenda today for historic levels of debt for tomorrow. How much debt? $1.28 trillion, with $109 million added every single day. It's hard to even conceptualize. In fact, by the time I complete this 10-minute speech in this House today, the national debt will be increased by more than $7 million. That's the average cost of a small to mid-sized private yacht every 10 minutes. But the Liberals have good news for those looking to buy a yacht, because this budget has cut the tax on luxury boats. For my constituents, meanwhile, there is little relief offered as they see their grocery bills at Safeway only grow. Too often, our national debt and budget deficit are framed by the Liberals as purely irrelevant economics to Canada's priorities. But nothing could be further from the truth. There is a reason that 1 year ago, the previous finance minister under Justin Trudeau resigned when she was asked to run a deficit of more than $43 billion. It's now almost twice that. Setting aside the global pandemic, this is now the highest deficit on record. But in this budget, you'll find an even more concerning number. As deficits run higher and higher, so do the costs to borrow and the interest payments to this Liberal government is forced, and the interest payments that this Liberal government is forced to pay on our national debt. Public debt charges for this year amount to $53.4 billion in taxpayer dollars going to debt holders, not healthcare, not roads, not defense, not supporting industries hit by tariffs. Nothing that benefits Canadians. In fact, the $53.4 billion spent on public debt charges is nearly identical to the amount the federal government spends on health care through the Canada Health Transfer, or the amount it collects in GST revenue. By the end of the decade, however, it will surpass all health care and defense costs as a burden on taxpayers, growing to $76.1 billion. Canadians don't want to pay taxes to pay off government debt. But what is this budget doing for residents in my communities? Economists will always say that infrastructure investments are a good way to improve an economy. But this budget fails to make the investments needed in this area. The budget would give the failed infrastructure bank an additional $10 billion, bringing in the total to $45 billion in taxpayer-funded dollars. After almost a decade spending billions in taxpayers' money to attract private investment, the Liberals' infrastructure bank has only completed 7 projects, less than 1 per year, out of more than 100 it has funded. Meanwhile, good ideas like the one I and the member of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna had brought forward to the Liberal government was ignored. Together, we called on the federal government to assist with the cleanup of the landslide on Highway 97, the extremely important and only highway to Kelowna from the South Okanagan. This highway was invested in under the Harper government. Our plan that the MP and I had was to allow the provincial government to allocate maintenance funds to upgrading a Forest Service Road 201 to keep it graded instead, so that this would ensure a reliable year-round alternative when Highway 97 is closed by either fire, landslide, flood, accident. It's an extremely important artery. In other words, people in the South Okanagan, Similkameen, could make it safely and timely to the hospital that we really are dependent on in Kelowna. A fully functional north-south connection for the Okanagan Valley would boost economic productivity and community safety. But the Liberals choose to continue pouring public funding into the same failed Trudeau infrastructure policies that don't get things built. This is also true of the Liberals' continued failure on clean drinking water. The Liberals promised to end boil water advisories for Indigenous First Nations by 2019. Not only has this promise not been kept, with dozens remaining, but even more communities across Canada have brought in boil water advisories since that promise. You can look at my riding, for example. Many residents in my communities live under boil water advisories due to aging water infrastructures. It has come to a crisis level. For example, the communities of Olalla, Osoyoos, Headley, Vintage Views, Heritage Hills, Warfield, Okanagan Falls, and Sage Mesa have been failed by a provincial government that did not exercise its proper oversight role, and a federal government that has been slow to ensure that all Canadians have access to clean drinking water. It is a right. The Liberals should be looking at how they can mobilize their resources to ensure the reliability of roads, power grids, and water sources. But I don't see that prioritized in this budget. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the government's efforts to combat the deadly drug crisis in my home province prioritizes continued addiction instead of a road to recovery. Not only did the health minister ignore my request to her directly in our committee to end the decriminalization experiment that is only operating in British Columbia, a pilot project only in BC, but this Liberal government also continues to push access to dangerous drug paraphernalia in this budget. Recently obtained information from the member from Riding Mountain confirms that the government's own emergency treatment fund is being used to purchase smoking kits. In other words, these are taxpayer-funded crack pipes. This is not a budget that puts forward meaningful measures to tackle the addiction crisis, which we so need, that leaves streets in my communities unsafe, creates dangerous, tense cities where they were not there just 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, and takes the lives of those, takes many lives, and families are suffering. Lastly, given the importance of the forest industry, especially at mills in Castlegar, Princeton, and Grand Forks, I wish to address the government's promised fund for our mills as they come under attack from the unjustified U.S. tariffs. All members of the House want to protect our lumber jobs, but we'll only protect them in the long term with a softwood lumber agreement with Washington, D.C., not through the extension of government loans. Many of these mills already carry enormous debt. Adding to that burden puts their long-term viability at risk. I do not pretend that softwood agreement will be easy to obtain, but as members of the lumber industry said back in October, the Prime Minister cannot be silent on this industry. I know that the Prime Minister is currently in Washington, D.C., and I suggest that he speak about more about the mills than about the FIFA World Cup with President Trump. The Prime Minister promised a $62 billion deficit, yet the deficit is $78 billion. He promised to spend less, yet this budget spends more. He promised to lower the debt to GDP ratio, yet it is increasing. He promised to increase investment, yet this budget shows investment has actually declined. If this Liberal government does not intend to keep the promises it made to Canadians, Canadians will ultimately hold it to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite from a beautiful part of the country I had the pleasure to visit recently. I'm just wondering, we agree on the need for infrastructure. And this budget includes the Build Communities Strong Fund. It's got $51 billion over 10 years, and it actually says it will provide funding to provincial and territorial governments for a diverse array of projects. Investments will prioritize housing-enabling infrastructure to fight housing costs, including water and wastewater systems and roads. So I'm actually curious, will the member work with provincial counterparts to put up a request potentially for some funding? So would you accept the funding, or would you vote against the budget? Because I'm really perplexed. In addition, there are major projects all over this country that are infrastructure projects. The member mentioned East-West Energy Grid, and so there are interties that were announced in the MOU last week. So
I give a chance for the member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, and West Kootenay to respond.
I thank my colleague for her question, a really good question. If she has visited my riding and the area I live in, that's wonderful. I wonder how she got there, because if she flew into, let's say, Kelowna, she would have had trouble getting down to the South Okanagan, to Similkameen, because the roads, because of the landslides, fires, floods, because infrastructure has not been kept up by this government. We've had an infrastructure bank for the last 10 years that is a system that has not worked. And so now how are Canadians supposed to believe that now throwing more money at it will somehow work after 10 years?
That's right.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I much appreciated my colleague's speech. In fact, I sat with this committee, with this member at the Public Safety Committee. I know that in her riding in Binnington, there is a shooting range that might have to shut down because the government may be making a decision that doesn't really meet the needs of its community. And perhaps she would have preferred to have seen in this budget some encouragement for the maintenance of this shooting range. Can she tell us about that?
For Similkameen, South Okanagan, and West Kootenay.
I appreciate my colleague's question. The Penticton shooting range has been considered to lose its license in its lease in the next couple months, and I brought it to the safety committee, and they unanimously agreed that the Penticton shooting range should not lose its license and should not lose its lease. And I've spoken to Minister MacDonald about this, and he will.
The member cannot use the last name or the first name of a cabinet minister in the House. Can only refer to them by the title. I'll let the member finish. The member's finished? I'll let the member finish.
Yes, I've talked to the Minister of Agriculture considering this issue, and he is reconsidering the lease.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, bad news. West Fraser has just announced that they will be shuttering their OSB plant in northern Alberta. This is a softwood lumber a mill, so to speak, and this comes upon the news of many other mills that have been shuttered or shut down over the last number of weeks here. I know that the member is from British Columbia, where this has been hard-hitting as well. Today, the job numbers come out, and we hear about the fact that full-time work is being reduced while part-time work is coming up. I'm just wondering if the honourable member could just talk about that.
Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I appreciate the question from my colleague, and it just makes me so sad that we hear of another mill closing, another business closing. This is a domino effect these communities, these mills that are closing, these businesses that are closing or ranching down or going to one shift, for example, have widespread issues throughout the community where grocery stores close, garages close, it's just devastating communities, and we don't have anybody who's negotiating for us right now in the United States. We don't have anybody down there negotiating. We have someone talking to the President of the United States about an upcoming soccer tournament, which is extremely important, but my goodness, we need to talk. There's people that are not going to be able to put food on their table for Christmas.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Lanark-Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try and address two general subject areas if time permits. The first of these is some observations about how this budget and the general direction this government has taken over the 10 years it's been in power have caused us to drift away from the goal of Canada being a egalitarian society, financially egalitarian, in which all people have a fair shot at doing well, and those who are less well off are taken care of through our welfare state. And the second part, I will talk specifically about issues relating to the cost of housing, especially as it affects younger people, which obviously is one of the key areas in which issues of affordability and equity are problematic. The stated goal, Mr. Speaker, of Canada's welfare state has always been to redistribute wealth from wealthier Canadians to Canadians who have less. From its very start in the 1920s and 1930s, the goal of wealth redistribution from rich to poor has been supported by a broad national consensus and all parties. Over the years, Canadians have sometimes complained that taxes were too high or that too much of the redistributed wealth was being used up in bureaucratic churn. But no major political actor has ever suggested a return to the old days when tax rates were very low and the poor received no public assistance whatsoever. But recent public policy shifts, the last 10 years, and particularly this budget, have caused the welfare state to drift away from this widely supported redistribution from rich to poor and towards something entirely different. Increasingly, the policy choices of Canadian governments, and to some degree this is governments at all levels, but particularly of this government, have had the practical impact of transferring wealth not to the poorest, but rather to parts of the population that are already well off. I could give a very long list from both federal and provincial policy, municipal policy as well, quite frankly. But let me just give one example that is held up by the Liberal government as being a touchstone of how much they want to help those in need, and that is their publicly funded childcare program, introduced last year, which promises to offer significantly more affordable childcare to everyone in principle. But in practice, the program is available for the most part only to people who live in larger population centres that are closer to where the regulated daycare spaces are located. This creates the following problem. State-subsidized childcare spaces are available to urbanites who are on average wealthier, but not to rural Canadians who are on average less wealthy. Similarly, subsidized childcare is unavailable for children of shift workers who are almost always less wealthy. And so on the whole, this is a transfer that misses those who need it the most and provides it to those who need it the least. That is not to say that it's not an important policy goal. It is to say that this is a very poor mechanism by which to help those who are parents and who are not wealthy. Likewise, the programs to give incentives to individuals to purchase zero-emission vehicles are great for those who are in a position to purchase a vehicle at all, who are in a position, because they are urbanites, to be close to where they can recharge their vehicle with ease before the battery runs out. It is of no use at all to someone in a rural area. It's of no use at all to someone who's less well off. But it transfers taxes that were collected from everybody to a certain segment of the population, and in practice to those who don't need it rather than those who need it the most. Now let me turn to the issue of housing Everybody knows the cost of housing has soared over the past few years. But it seems to me that something should be said to the generally well-off people in this room. Those of us who are wealthier, those of us who are older, someone who's a boomer or a Gen Xer like myself, if that person bought a house a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, or 3 decades ago, the price of housing can be looked at dispassionately. In fact, it's a question that, on the whole, has made us better off. Prices are high, and that's tough for some other people. But for us homeowners, things are actually pretty good. That house that each one of us bought, which seemed expensive at the time, is now worth twice as much or more. And that's when you take into account inflation. If you just look at the nominal price, the growth is even greater. For many people of my generation, the resale value of that mortgage-paid house is the foundation for what promises to be a very comfortable retirement. But if you don't own a house, like most young people, things look and feel entirely different. When I was 25, back in 1990, it was possible for me to rent a small, fully detached 3-bedroom house in a pleasant neighborhood in Ottawa for $850 a month, which is $1,840 in 2025 dollars. Now, recently, out of curiosity, I took a look online to see how much it would cost to do this now. A comparable home in a comparable location would be about 50% more than it was then in terms of rent. As a result, for 49% of Canadians under the age of 25, just paying the cost of rent consumes half their income, according to a survey conducted earlier this year. Now, you can just shrug that and say, well, look, maybe it's a bit much for a 25-year-old to expect to live in a 3-bedroom house, although nobody thought that in 1990 when I was 25. But the fact that most people this age are living in shared rooms or in apartments far smaller than what I once enjoyed, and the survey shows the average rent for people in this age range is about $1,400, and that they are living in very small spaces. It's not just the very young who have this problem. 34% of renters of all ages are paying more than half their incomes in rent. And it's not just a problem in the big cities. A substantial percentage of Lanark County residents, I represent Lanark County, also pay more for rent than for all other expenditures combined. Given these facts, it seems hard to deny that in order for most young people to become financially secure, they have to escape the high cost of renting, which means buying a home. But to state the obvious, it's nearly impossible for them to save up for a down payment for a house whose price, of course, has skyrocketed when the high cost of rent is soaking up so much of their income. This leads inevitably to some depressing news. StatsCan reports that after 10 years of Liberal government, the percentage of people under the age of 30 who own their own home has fallen by a third. Now, the statistics are for 2011 and 2021. Nothing more recent is available, but it makes the point that by now, home ownership numbers among the young are falling and appear to be falling with increasing speed. And this produces an even more alarming statistic. While the average income in Canada for people in the bottom half of age earners has gone up by 250% since 1982, mostly due to inflation, the cost of housing of all sorts is up more than 3 times as much. Housing prices are rising far faster than wages. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that there is now a divide. It's generational in nature. It is divided between urban and rural. It's divided in a way where we see the dream of social equity disappearing, the dream of prosperity disappearing for a substantial part of the population. And I think that may be why, in the last election, poll-by-poll results are available, so you can go back and look, and you can see that very clearly in my own riding, was those who were the least well-off who were voting for the Conservative Party and against the government. And that appears to be a pattern that was true across the country. Those who were most well-off, who enjoy home ownership, who enjoy high-paid wages, who enjoy the benefits of a system that transfers essentially to the wealthy, they voted Liberal. I think we have to step back and think, what can we do as a country to make sure that that divide ends? The Liberals should have a partisan interest in this. They should be worrying about, for their own sake, about trying to stop the enormous and growing social divide. This is a crisis which is transforming the nature of our society. And I think if it's not dealt with, the Canada that our children will have when they are my age will be far worse, quite frankly, than the one that we inherited from our parents. That's a great shame. This budget could have dealt with this issue. Instead, more spending is being piled on, more debt is being accumulated, which will be paid for by the next generation. When the Liberals use the term generational budget, I can only think they're talking about a concept known as generational debt, which is what they're imposing on our children, who will pay more taxes into a system that transfers money away from them and structures policy to make sure they cannot move ahead. It's a great shame, Mr. Speaker. All I can do is hope that on this basis, Canadians will reject, this House will reject the Budget Implementation Act when it comes for a vote.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just curious because the cost of rent absolutely is challenging in this country. There was some good news, but it's mixed across the country, and I think we should acknowledge that. The member mentioned that he's from Lanark County, and I'm just wondering, to what extent does he think the Conservative provincial government's elimination of rent control on units built or occupied after 2018 has had? Because if you look at the charts in terms of rents, we can see that the get out of the way approach actually has driven up the cost of rents in this province.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac.
Thank you. That's, of course, a question about provincial policy, but I did invite it by saying that federal and provincial policies have had a combination. I suppose the answer there was the goal the provincial government had in mind was to encourage more construction for rental purposes. And their belief was, the Ford government's belief, was that there's no investment case to be made for building a new rental unit if you expect that rent controls are going to have the effect of capping your income from that unit. So I think that was the purpose of doing that. Whether it's been successful or not, I don't know for sure. But there is a basic problem here with rent control, which is this. It's available for those who've been renting for a long time, who typically are older people, who in some cases, not in all cases, have more money. And it's not available at all for younger people, which means that they are paying full price for rents in a province that has rent control for some and not for others.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Ristigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have concerns for those in need in our society. He addressed the issue. I'd like to have his perspective on an issue that is really critical to us. Major reform of employment insurance to make sure that the seasonal sectors of the economy can operate and that seasonal workers can be available when we need them without being in situations of poverty or others in between work phases. What does my colleague have to say about this idea of complete reforms of the EI system? The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac. Excellent question, Mr. Speaker. This is a question I do not have expertise in. It's a problem for many people in the Magdalen Islands, perhaps the most beautiful region of our country. This is a region where fishing is a significant industry. I may not be the right person to answer that question.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much to the member for one of the best speeches, and I mean this without hyperbole, I've heard in this place. I'm wondering if the member could expand upon what he believes that a Conservative or any government could do to help the youth get out of the current quagmire that this government has put them in.
Stop spending. Stop spending more than you're bringing in. At some point, we have to return to a budget balance, and therefore, there is no way one can continue spending with deficits of this size forever. It's fiscally unsustainable. And as we do it, it's going to lead to more and more and more debt on which we have to pay interest. It's going to crowd out lending in the private sector, which will drive up interest rates for those who are paying mortgages or have other forms of indebtedness. Everybody who doesn't have debt suffers in a high interest rate environment. Everybody who is a creditor or who owns shares in a company that or has a pension fund that owns bonds, those individuals who are all wealthier do better in an higher interest rate environment. If you take a look at the Parliamentary Budget Officer's paper on the relative amount of spending power for different quintiles in the population, he points out that the result of higher interest rates has been that the wealthier in Canada are getting wealthier and the poorest are getting poorer.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. Before I recognize the member for Beauce, I should inform him that he will have about 5 minutes for his speech, and then we will move to private member's business. The member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to discuss a budget that unfortunately is off the mark across the line. It doesn't meet the needs of regions. It doesn't meet the needs of businesses. It doesn't meet the needs of our agricultural sector. And it doesn't meet the needs of Canadian families. This is a budget that, instead of building the future, focuses on pushing the problem down the road. It will saddle our children with debt for generations, lead to deficit upon deficit upon deficit, debts, and accounting illusion, in other words, magic. Mr. Speaker, if there is a sector that really deserves support, it is agriculture. Producers are facing unprecedented pressures, an increase in costs, industrial carbon tax, manufacturing equipment cost, additional energy costs, transportation. All of this costs more. But in the budget, not a thing to address this. Nothing to support the agricultural sector. The government refers to agricultural security, but in fact it refuses to invest in local production. Current programs are too slow, too complex, highly bureaucratic, so much so that they're useless to most family farmers. More and more bureaucracy is all my brother-in-law will tell you about. Fertilizers are costing more. Machines cost 30% more. And yet the government claims that everything is fine. It's got its head in the sand. While our producers are fighting to survive, Ottawa refers to innovation but doesn't actually invest. Without real support, our lands, our autonomy, and our community are all at risk. Mr. Speaker, let's focus on rural regions. I come from a wonderfully beautiful rural region. The labor shortage in my region is severe, continuous, sustained, and suffocating. I speak to agricultural producers on a daily basis, to restaurant owners, processors, manufacturers, and business owners, and they all say the same thing. We need workers. Without foreign workers, temporary foreign workers, they can't do business. We are focused on this. We know that the situation in urban centers is different. As Conservatives, we can recognize that. Can the government recognize that regions have a different reality? Within the opposition Conservatives, we know that in the regions, the unemployment rate is 5.5%. All temporary foreign workers will be renewed. In page 113 of the French version of the budget, the government says that temporary foreign workers are important for the regions and that they will adjust. But my question is simple. When? When will that happen? When will the government actually respond to the needs of these businesses? They are waiting with bated breath for these temporary foreign workers. But I have good news, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, before the committee, I questioned the Minister of Industry on this matter, and she told me that the Prime Minister was quite well aware of the importance of this file. My request is quite straightforward. Will the Prime Minister respond by the end of the Christmas break? Yes or no? instead of shortening deadlines, supporting these systems, the government is complicating things, is slowing things down, and is in fact jeopardizing entire swaths of the rural economy. Our Conservative position is clear. We've said below 5.5% unemployment, we renew this focus. We want the temporary foreign workers. Again, I have a question for the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister address this before Christmas? Mr. Speaker, a labour force means these businesses can stay open, be competitive, produce, invest. It gives these businesses an opportunity to build wealth, Mr. Speaker.
Now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Second reading.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, standing in the name of Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen, seconded by Mr. Lawton, moves that Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I want you to imagine someone's son. He's in his 40s. His life has worn him down. He lives with painful illness that leaves him sick, exhausted, and often unable to leave the house. On top of that, he struggles with addictions, depression, and anxiety that have taken more from him than anyone can see from the outside. Some days he can barely hold it together. He relies on his family for a place to live, for food, for help getting through the week. They're doing their best, and he's doing his best, but the weight of it is crushing. One day, he finally meets a psychiatrist. He goes, hoping that this might finally be the start of real help. His addictions still haven't been treated. His mental health care hasn't truly begun. He's vulnerable, scared, and hanging on by a thread. And in that appointment, instead of being offered a plan to get him stable, MAID is raised as an option. The assessment moves ahead. And before he ever receives proper support for his mental health or his addictions, he is approved. His MAID provider is the one who drives him to the place where his life is ended. Speaker, this is someone's son, a son who needed help, not a final exit. Believe it or not, this actually happened here in Canada. And this is where we are headed if we do not act. Unless this Parliament chooses a different path, Canada will allow MAID for people whose only condition is mental illness. That means men and women struggling with depression, trauma, or overwhelming psychological pain could be steered toward death by a system that too often cannot offer timely treatment, consistent follow-up, or even basic support. That's why I brought forward Bill C-218, the Right to Recover Act. It's simple. It asks Parliament to stop, consider what we've learned, and act responsibly before people are irretrievably harmed. I often think of my grandparents who immigrated here after World War II with very little. They chose Canada because it was a place where people had endless opportunities to better themselves, where neighbors watched out for each other and communities worked in unison to make a better life for all. They built a Canada where the vulnerable were cared for, where the less privileged in society were valued and treated with equal care. Those fundamental values attracted millions of immigrants over the years. But today, many Canadians fear we're losing those values. Canadians themselves remain some of the most compassionate people you'll ever meet. But our system is overwhelmed, stretched thin, and unable to meet the needs of people who are suffering. When people fall through the cracks, the easy temptation is to accept that failure is inevitable. When that happens, people facing mental illness can end up alone, waiting months or sometimes years for specialized treatment. And when help doesn't come, they lose hope. That moment of hopelessness should never be treated as an opportunity for the state to end their lives through MAID. When this House last debated MAID, mental illness was not a part of the core discussion. It was added at a last-minute Senate amendment to Bill C-7. the implications weren't fully considered or understood by this House. Now, since then, we've learned a lot more. Psychiatrists across Canada, including the chairs of psychiatry at all 17 medical schools, have told us plainly that there is no reliable way to predict when a mental illness is irremediable, which is a requirement in the MAID law. People get worse, but they also get better, and most do. There's no test, no scan, and no clinical tool that can reliably tell us someone will never recover. They all deserve that opportunity. They shouldn't be encouraged to give up on themselves. As legislators, we need to listen to what so many medical professionals are telling us. They're telling us how hard it is to distinguish between suicidal ideation and MAID. The feelings behind them, hopelessness, loneliness, fear, the belief that one is a burden, are the same. For decades, clinicians have understood that when someone feels hopeless or sees themselves in a very negative way, it can look like they're thinking clearly, but they are rational that they are rational even when their judgment is clouded by despair. In 2021, most of us didn't have the evidence we now have about how MAID assessment functions in the real world, or the specific dangers of expanding MAID into mental illness. We now know there's no reliable way to determine when a mental illness is truly irremediable. Suicide prevention experts, including the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention, warn that how we talk about these issues shapes the choices people make. And suggesting that death is a solution to suffering undermines hope. It puts people at real risk. Speaker, this expansion to MAID for mental illness forces Canada into a huge contradiction. On one hand, we invest in suicide prevention. We train professionals to intervene, to listen, or to pull back people from the edge. On the other hand, with the expansion of MAID, we would invite those same vulnerable people to consider state-facilitated death. So we must ask, who receives suicide prevention and who is guided toward MAID? If a person suffering from depression calls a crisis line tonight, do we encourage them to hold on, or do we quietly redirect them to an assessor? What principle decides the answer? What medical test? What ethical standard? There is none, because the very feelings that drive someone to seek MAID, hopelessness, despair, the belief that they are a burden, are the same signals that every suicide prevention worker is trained to treat as a cry for help. We would never tell a struggling teenager that their wish to die is rational. We would not tell a grieving spouse that their darkest moment is a reasonable exit point. We would reach out. We would support them. We would insist that their lives still matter. So why should that change simply because despair is given a different label? When someone feels worthless, our duty is not to agree with them. It's to stand with them until the light returns. Canada must decide, are suicidal citizens people in need of protection or candidates for state-sanctioned death? We cannot pretend that they are both. Besides all this is the fact that we already know the current safeguards are failing. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear about what an expansion to MAID for mental illness would mean. If Canada cannot protect vulnerable people under the current rules, then expanding eligibility to those whose very illness clouds judgment, hope, and decision-making will lead directly to preventable deaths. We're already witnessing cases where safeguards fail, where capacity is misjudged, and where people are assessed in moments of confusion, exhaustion, or pressure. If the system cannot uphold basic protections now, it won't. It can't protect those suffering from severe psychological distress. An expansion would be reckless. And the evidence is already in front of us. A recent article about Ontario's MAID Death Review Committee findings lays out in plain and troubling terms cases that would worry every Canadian. They describe a man, I'll call him Bill, who had cancer. Earlier in his illness, he had briefly mentioned MAID, as frightened patients tend to do. But by the time he was assessed, he was delirious, confused, and heavily sedated. His own medical team made it clear that he no longer had the capacity to make major decisions. Yet, a MAID assessor shook him awake, took the faint motion of lips as consent, withheld sedation, obtained a rushed virtual second opinion, and ended his life that same day. Bill was not stable. Bill was not capable. He did not understand what was happening. In another case, a woman, let's call her Margaret, wanted palliative care. She said so the day before her death. But she didn't qualify for hospice. And her husband, worn down by caregiver exhaustion, arranged for urgent MAID assessment instead. The day before, she told him she wanted to die with proper palliative support, but the next day, 2 assessments were rushed through. Her final wishes were overshadowed by the strain of a caregiver who could no longer cope. And another woman, let's call her Alice, living with advanced dementia, unable to communicate her wishes in any meaningful way. Her family brought MAID forward twice. Minimal documentation, little clarity, no clear expression of consent. Yet she was approved. All of these examples were drawn from the auditor's report. These are stories about real people, family members, friends, neighbors, fellow citizens, people to whom we owe a duty of care. Speaker, these demonstrate that vulnerable Canadians are already at risk under the current MAID regime. People who are confused, pressured, exhausted, or unable to communicate are slipping through the safeguards that were supposed to protect them. If safeguards fail for patients with physical illness, where assessing capacity is clear and verifiable, what will happen when the only condition is a mental illness, which by definition clouds judgment and hope? To offer death at that moment will place some of the most vulnerable people in this country directly in harm's way. Right. Today, a person deemed unable to manage their finances must undergo rigorous capacity assessments, interviews, documentation, expert review, collateral information, verification, because we recognize the risk of exploitation. Yet for me, a situation of life or death, a brief conversation can suffice, no thorough evaluation, and when the safeguards fail, there seems to be few consequences. We now live in a country in which we protect bank accounts better than a human life. Speaker, we also know that families across Canada are deeply shaken by how MAID was carried out for their loved ones. They describe decisions that felt rushed, influenced by poverty, loneliness, or a lack of access to proper treatment, not by a calm and informed choice. These experiences are warnings from the very people who lived through the consequences. And Canadians are uneasy. Polls show a clear majority do not support MAID for mental illness alone. Provinces are asking Ottawa to reconsider, calling for a stop. And Quebec, one of the most permissive MAID jurisdictions in the world, has banned it by law. International human rights experts have raised the alarm, including the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, who has urged Canada to step back, warning that our trajectory risks discriminating against people with disabilities and mental illness. They recommend repealing this expansion entirely. That is what Bill C-218 does. And we must remember a crucial truth. Recovery from mental illness isn't rare, but common. Time and again, people who once felt utterly hopeless have rebuilt their lives once they received proper care and stable support. Every one of us knows someone, a neighbor, a colleague, a family member, who walked through a very dark season and is now grateful to be alive. These stories matter because they show us what's at stake. Sadly, that's not true in every case, but there is no reliable way to know in advance who will recover and who will not. No test, no scan, no certainty. I respectfully suggest that when someone's judgment is clouded by psychological distress, our duty is to offer treatment, protection, and time, not an irreversible decision based on guesswork. If MAID is expanded, we will be forced into an impossible paradox. A suicidal person calling a crisis line is urged to hold on. Yet, if they request MAID, that same despair may be treated as justification for death. This is why Bill C-218 is necessary. It stops the 2027 expansion to mental illness because the evidence cannot support it, the safeguards cannot sustain it. Vulnerable Canadians are already at risk. Expanding eligibility now is reckless. A strong country does not turn its back on those who suffer, but believes in their future and gives them time and care to heal. Speaker, I urge every member in this House to support Bill C-218 so that Canada remains a nation that protects the vulnerable, offers treatment before despair, and gives every person the chance to recover. Let's take this responsibility seriously. Let's listen to the warnings of those who are assessing the failures in the system. Let's listen to the families who've lived through the consequences of MAID, to those who survived mental illness and rebuilt their lives. And let's remember the kind of country we claim to be, one that protects the vulnerable and gives people the time, care, and dignity they need to heal. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires de Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My father suffered from 4 different types of cancer over 5 years, and indeed opted for medical assistance in dying, which took place in August of 2024. Although sitting with him that day was one of the hardest times of my life, I fully supported his choice to participate in MAID, and I supported the process as it took place and was there for it. I wonder if the member across would share how she voted initially for the initial legislation on medical assistance in dying.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I was not in the House when the original vote happened. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say, I am quite shocked by what I have heard. I do agree with my colleague that there needs to be more mental health services. Of course, this is an area under provincial jurisdiction, therefore under Quebec jurisdiction. We should have enough resources to support everyone going through mental health issues. But my colleague has misled the public. She has created this impression that current legislation will allow medical assistance in dying for someone with a severe mental illness as the sole underlying condition. There was a decision made in 2017, made by a joint parliamentary committee. It gave the power to the health minister. We all know that MAID will not be ready to address this thorny question. It won't even be ready in 2027. It looks like the bill is a thin edge of the wedge to end medical assistance in dying.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Bill C-218 is only about MAID for those solely with mental health issues. But I would like to say that no one in the House denies that some Canadians suffer profoundly from mental illness. Their pain is real and it deserves our deepest compassion. But compassion must be joined with clarity, and the evidence is unmistakable. Even after years of struggle, long-term recovery is possible, and it's precisely why the experts tell us that irremediability in mental illness cannot be predicted. We simply don't have the medical grounds to declare a life beyond hope. We've already seen cases where people were approved for MAID, not because their condition was truly irremediable, but because they lacked housing, treatment, or basic support. That's not medicine. That's a system misreading desperation as destiny. We know individuals who once begged for death only to recover and contribute greatly, including my colleague from Elgin, London South, who openly speaks of a suicide attempt, a long journey back, and a life now filled with purpose. When a person is standing on the edge, the role of a responsible nation is to pull them back.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I so appreciate the direction that my colleague has gone today to protect those with a mental illness only. And I can say personally, having served this whole decade on Veterans Affairs, that this issue is being abused within our own government and with our veterans who come for help and are literally being suggested that they consider MAID. This is outside of the scope of what should be happening, and they have even been offered funds for their family if they were to choose that. This is inappropriate, and I would ask the member her perspective on how this government is responding to the needs of people with mental illness.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I would thank my honourable colleague for the question. As it clearly stated in my speech, it isn't doing what it needs to do for those who are most in need. But I do want to also add that one of the most encouraging parts of this journey has been seeing how broad and diverse the support for this bill has really been. Tens of thousands of Canadians have written, called, and signed petitions to our office to say very clearly they don't want mental illness alone to be a basis for MAID, and they want a real right to recover instead. That spans cultures, faiths, and professions and backgrounds. This bill unites people from many backgrounds right across the country, and that's the coalition standing behind Bill C-218.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise today to speak on Bill C-218, which proposes further amendments to Canada's federal legal framework for medical assistance in dying. Specifically, this bill aims to indefinitely exclude those patients whose only health condition is a mental disorder from being eligible for MAID. This is an issue which is unquestionably complex and can be deeply personal. It continues to challenge parliamentarians, healthcare providers, experts, and people in Canada alike. It's important for us to recognize that medical assistance in dying has been allowed in Canada for close to 10 years now. It's also important to remember that it is provinces and territories that must put in place the tools and supports that clinicians need to deliver MAID safely and appropriately. Whenever we make changes to the federal legal framework for MAID, we must be cognizant of the impact that those changes have on our partners in the provinces and territories. As the Supreme Court of Canada recognized in Charter, striking the right balance in this complex area of social policy, where competing social values are at play, it is not an easy task. As legislators, we must balance respect for personal autonomy and dignity with our responsibility to those who may be vulnerable. Today, I will speak to three key elements. First, the objective of Bill C-218. Second, the finding of major expert studies on MAID where a mental illness is the sole underlying condition. And third, the federal government's support for provincial and territorial work to improve access to mental health services. Bill C-218 seeks to make changes restricting eligibility for MAID in cases where mental disorder is the only medical condition involved indefinitely. There have been concerns expressed by some stakeholders about whether there are sufficient safeguards in place and whether healthcare providers have the tools and resources they need to provide MAID safely and appropriately when it comes to mental illness. These concerns are not new, nor are they trivial, and their desire for caution is laudable. At the same time, we must also recognize the Parliament has debated this question repeatedly over several years. Our legislative framework has evolved in response to court decisions, expert analysis, and extensive public engagement. A special joint parliamentary committee has carefully considered the issue at length and provided advice and recommendations on whether to proceed. To committee also to reinforce the importance of provincial and territorial health system readiness. Bill C-218 invites us to consider whether the appropriate balance has been struck with the upcoming lifting of the mental illness exclusion in 2027, or whether another legislative change is necessary at this time. To answer that, it is essential that we understand what the experts have already told us. Mr. Speaker, significant studies have been completed on the specific question of MAID eligibility, where mental illness is the sole underlying condition, including by the Council of Canadian Academics and the expert panel on MAID and mental illness, among others. Taken together, they provide a rich body of evidence. The Council of Canadian Academics, or the CCA, examined Canada's legal and clinical landscape along with international approaches. The CCA's work highlighted the core clinical challenge. Mental illness can be unpredictable in their course, and determining irremediability is far more complex than in many physical illnesses. The CCA was not tasked with providing recommendations for or against eligibility, and the members of the working group that dealt with mental illness has a spectrum of views on the matter. The expert panel on MAID and mental illness, which was mandated by the former Bill C-7, took this analysis further. Their mandate was not to recommend whether eligibility for MAID should be expanded to permit the provision of MAID based on mental illness alone, but rather to recommend protocols, guidance, safeguards for such cases. The panel concluded that the existing criminal code safeguards, when supported by the development of MAID practices, standards, and the implementation of other recommendations, are adequate to allow for safe provisions of MAID to those whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. Both of these expert reviews, along with the testimony received through parliamentary committee work, reinforces the same overarching message. MAID in cases involving mental illness requires exceptional caution, but it is not impossible to implement safely. At the same time, clinical readiness, clear standards, and comprehensive training are essential. Following these studies in 2023, a model MAID practice standards was published and a Canadian MAID curriculum was developed. In addition, the federal government is currently supporting the Canadian Psychiatric Association to develop a clinical practice guidelines for assessing suicidability and irremediability. Through a federal, provincial, territorial assistant and deputy minister level committee, policy leaders are also considering a range of issues related to MAID, particularly with respect to complex cases, including mental illness. We have heard from these expert reviews and from a broad range of stakeholders on the importance of provincial and territorial health systems being ready for the lifting of the exclusion. This includes provincial and territorial efforts to improve access to mental health services and supports across Canada. No one should ever feel that MAT is the only option available to them. The federal government remains committed to supporting provinces and territories to improve access to health care for Canadians, which includes strengthening mental health services. In 2023, the Government of Canada announced the Working Together to Improve Health Care for Canadians plan, a historic investment of close to $200 billion over 10 years to support provincial and territorial health systems to deliver health care to Canadians. This includes an investment of $25 billion through bilateral health agreements with the provinces and territories to support shared priority areas, including improving access to mental health and substance use services. The federal government has also expanded support for youth mental health initiatives, recognizing that early access to therapy, counseling, and culturally safe care can alter the trajectory of a person's entire life. We have also funded Indigenous-led mental wellness program, which acknowledges the need for approaches that are currently relevant, trauma-informed, and community-based rather than one-size-fits-all solution. Provinces and territories have taken significant steps to improve access to mental health services in Canada over the past 10 years with federal supports. Questions related to MAID in the context of mental illness are among the most sensitive we confront as parliamentarians. Our decisions affect people in Canada at their most vulnerable moment, and our work must reflect both humility and resolve. Bill C-218 asks us to confront difficult but deeply important questions. Deciding whether mental assistance is dying should be available when a mental illness is the sole underlying condition is not a choice that lends itself to simple answers. Reasonable people may come to different conclusions. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized this complexity, affirming the Parliament is owed a broad margin of deference when navigating challenging social policies issues such as these. We will have the opportunity to consider next steps further and study the state of progress during the parliamentary review, which is being held in 2026. I look forward to hearing from colleagues as well as experts, stakeholders, and regular people, including those with lived experiences with mental illness, as we continue this important debate. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will not be surprised to hear, Mr. Speaker, you will not be surprised to learn that the Bloc Québécois will not be supporting Bill C-218. And this is not because we are not concerned about the issue of medical assistance in dying for people with mental disorders, but simply because it's not up to a political party to decide about the procedures that should be brought in for medical assistance in dying for people with mental illness. This is rather something that is not only a societal debate, but also one that should take place among clinicians. And currently, there is no consensus among scientists and clinicians about how to appropriately receive consent from an individual who wishes to receive medical assistance in dying and who has a serious mental health disorder and no other disorder. There is no consensus on this, and that is why Bill C-62 decided to exclude this option from the medical assistance in dying regime. However, it did state that in 2027, the Joint Committee could be once more struck with both senators and MPs in order to assess whether psychiatrists, psychologists, and other professionals in the area of mental health have come further in their analysis of how to assess this particular situation. So this may lead to a situation where in 2027, scientists, psychiatrists, and others ultimately conclude that they are not ready, that it is too difficult to determine how and when, and overall to analyze the clinical framework. So with this bill, we need to be careful, because this is a debate that should not be politicized. It is a societal debate. We have already made our position clear in Quebec on medical assistance in dying. In our province, there was a commission that visited the entire province. There was a consensus, clinical but also in civil society, about medical assistance in dying. Now, when it comes to MAID for people with a major mental disorder and no other disorder, was also rejected in Quebec for the same reasons as during the adoption of the previous bill, because there was a lack of clinical and scientific consensus, which means that we need to give experts the time to think about this, to reflect, to consider how practice has changed, so that in 2027 they may make their recommendations to the Joint Committee. And the Joint Committee, once it gets those recommendations, will be able to decide whether it wishes to move forward or instead whether it wishes to delay the decision, which is not an easy one to make. But we see that there is a great deal of seriousness and scientific rigor that has to do with this decision about whether medical assistance in dying should be available for people with a mental disorder. And looking at the first recommendation of the Joint Committee, where all parties are part of the committee and senators as well, I think they showed wisdom because they recommended that medical assistance in dying for people with only a mental disorder not be available in Canada unless the Ministers of Health and Justice agree on the basis of recommendations from the respective departments and in consultation with their provincial and territorial counterparts and with Indigenous peoples, that this form of MAID can be administered in a safe and appropriate manner, and that 1 year before the date when this type of MAID will be allowed, the House of Commons and the Senate should reestablish the ad hoc committee on medical assistance in dying in order to assess the degree of preparation for the safe and effective use of MAID for mental disorders. My colleague mentioned several examples. And she talked a lot about depression and suicidality. Well, when I analyzed what was debated at the Joint Committee, we often heard about incurable illnesses like schizophrenia. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you are close to people with schizophrenia with visual or auditory hallucinations or with paranoid ideation. And someone who is so medicated that they can no longer have social contacts, perhaps they are no longer in contact with their family, their lifestyle conditions may be very difficult. They have to go to the psychiatrists frequently. They've tried a number of therapies and only met with failure. 10 or 20 years later, the person is living in an isolated state and under living conditions which no one here in this house would want to have to live through. So I'm talking about these illnesses that we cannot cure, that people have to live with. They have to take medication, heavy medication. And even though there are many psychotherapeutic options, still people with serious schizophrenia have a very difficult time. It's a very difficult disease to live with. And I don't want anyone to take my remarks as meaning that I'm saying that everyone with schizophrenia will want to access MAID. That's not at all what I'm saying. But I just wanted to make things a little clearer because my colleague keeps talking about depression, situational depression, or even major depression. She's right to say that even major depression is something we can overcome with a mixture of various therapies and assistance from our loved ones. She's right. That might not be an appropriate reason to receive medical assistance in dying. But I want to bring your attention to the fact that what my colleague is asking for in her preamble is justified, it's legitimate. That people with mental illness should be able to access the services they need: consultation, emergency assistance, home care, support. Absolutely. In my writing, there are a number of groups that work in this area. For example, the Le Toulon Transition Network, which offers real-time services. If someone is suicidal, they can call and the team can go directly to their house to support them and help them move through that difficult period. My colleague is right to say that currently in Quebec and the other provinces, there is much to be done on that side of things. And what I would just say is that it's not that the provinces are not interested in offering these services. It's that they just don't have the resources. Health services, and especially social services, I would say, are not being given the money they need and I think the reason for that is that they end up being overlooked a bit because health services are so important that we tend to overlook social services. The provinces end up having to do more with less. And I think a way to help people would be to give the provinces the means, the financial means that they need in order to bring in much more intensive services for people with mental health challenges. In my riding, there are a number of services, intensive services, home care services. These services do exist, but perhaps not as many as we might want, or enough to meet the needs. Mr. Speaker, in the preamble, my colleague is also speaking about things that are mainly under provincial jurisdiction. I would encourage my colleague to partner with her colleagues and to ask the government across the way to do more, to give more money to the provinces so that they themselves can implement all the necessary resources to help people with mental illness. Meanwhile, I will just say that the Bloc Québécois hopes that parliamentarians will carefully study this matter. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise and speak to Bill C-218. In less than a week, it will be 15 years since I almost lost my life to suicide. I overdosed. I was in the hospital for 7 weeks. For much of it, I was on life support and had to be resuscitated multiple times. Over Christmas, my parents didn't know if they would have me as their son moving forward. It was the culmination in a very dark time in my life that spanned many years. A time in which I felt, at multiple times, not as seriously as I did that horribly dark and sad December day in 2010, that I would be better off dead than alive. I am so proud to be standing here in this chamber for many reasons. But one of them is knowing where I've been and where I came from. And the fact that there was a time in my life where I never would have in a million years believed that I could ever have the life I have now. A career that I'm proud of, an amazing wife whom I love so dearly, these tremendous colleagues and friends I work with every day, this trust that has been placed in me by the people I represent. None of that would have been possible had I been successful when I attempted to end my life. And I think of my own experience and the many others like it, when I reflect on the fact that in just 15 months' time, someone who was in the place that I was in 15 years ago would be able to have not only the state's permission, but the state's help to end their life by suicide. In March of 2027, the criteria for medical assistance in dying are expanding, so someone with only a mental illness, with no physical ailment whatsoever, will be eligible for MAID. This is a profound expansion and a fundamental inversion of the message that we have spent so much money and so much airtime and so much effort and energy telling Canadians for years. Through countless campaigns and aimed at ending the stigma surrounding suicide, from more programming and funding and resources to support people with mental illness, through campaigns telling people that you are better off alive, that you do have a future. Efforts that we all extend in our own lives to those around us to give messages of hope to those who need it. And to put a fine point on this, to make it personal, because it is personal. If the laws that were coming into force in 15 months were there 15 years ago, I would probably be dead right now. And I say that with full gratitude that I'm not. I did not want to extend a cry for help. I actually had access to resources and treatment. I had a support system. I had a family who loved me. I had these privileges that so many others who struggle with mental illness did not have. And even with all of those available to me, I felt like there was no future. The proverbial light at the end of the tunnel did not exist. I did not want to get better. It wasn't that I hadn't tried enough, clearly. But I felt like I had done my time. I felt like I had put in enough effort to try to get better, and when I didn't, I had made my decision. that I was going to end it. It wasn't impulsive. It was quite rational, actually. I decided it weeks out. Believe it or not, as silly as it sounds, I had it on my calendar. And I scheduled the day because I had appointments and meetings before it that I didn't want to miss. As though that makes any sense at all, as though it would matter if I missed a meeting, given that I was planning on not sticking around. But this is how, when you are struggling with mental illness, as I was, so very seriously, it plays tricks on you. By design, a mental illness is a distortion of your ability to see clearly and think clearly about what you're in the midst of. It clouds your judgment. Now, if I had ever gone to a healthcare worker and said, I am planning to end my life, they would have not just a moral, but a legal obligation to stop me. They would have legal authority to detain me, because that is how sacrosanct we take it, that you have a right to recover, that you have a right to live, and that medical practitioners must do no harm and protect you from harming yourself. We have a duty to help people. And when I talk about my own story, I have heard so many others like it. After my colleague from Cloverdale Langley City introduced her bill, I launched the I Got Better campaign, in which I shared my testimony and invited Canadians to share their own. And I'd like to share some of those in the House today. A lawyer from here in Ottawa said, quote, I wonder if I would have used MAID if it were available when I was in my darkest days, or if I have dark days yet to come. Another man reached out and says he struggles with personal family issues and mental illness. He has very bad days. He has tried attempting suicide before, and he is worried that he will not be stopped in the future if he has more of those dark days and MAID is available to him. On a more positive note, a woman who was in an abusive relationship for 22 years and wanted to die said, quote, if MAID had been around then, I would not be here now, and I am, pardon the unparliamentary language, damn happy it was not. I'm happy now. I have had a fantastic career caring for seniors. I have grandbabies and kids I love. I have a wonderful husband now who means the world to me. Another woman who said she wanted to end her life many times, but looking back, she is so happy she has a life now where she is happier than she ever was before. And I'll share one more. A woman who says, quote, 2 years of agony, damage to my liver, hospitalizations, dozens of failed medications, a compilation of diagnoses without any real clarity, but I was given a second chance. She says she was labeled chronically unstable, told she had a poor prognosis and was unable to thrive independently and likely will revolve through the system for the rest of her life. She attempted suicide several times. One doctor wouldn't give up on her. As she says, recovery takes one person, not one pill. One person who believes in you and forces uncomfortable treatment onto you for the sake of your future life that's awaiting you. That woman went to university, became a social worker to help others, and is happily married, and more importantly, is happy. None of these stories could ever be guaranteed were we to do what the government is doing in 15 months, to license giving up on people at their most vulnerable moments, at their darkest and lowest points. 90% of suicides come from people who have diagnosable mental illness. Physicians have testified before this very Parliament and its committees that suicide is often contemplated and planned over a long period of time by people who would very easily, as I am confident I would, have gone to a doctor and made a rational, logical case why they have tried all of this treatment. They believe that they are better off dead than alive. There was a consensus among psychiatric experts who have testified and spoken about this elsewhere that there is no clear way to separate suicidal ideation as a symptom from a request of a healthcare practitioner to have their help ending your life. Dr. John Marr testified before Parliament that 7% of those who attempt suicide die by suicide. 7%. Which means that there are 93% of people that at one or multiple points want to end their life, but eventually get over that. The success rate of MAID is 100%. By design, this is a policy that will give up on people. There are very few things in this chamber that we can say are genuinely life and death issues. This is one of them. We already saw a few weeks ago that in 2024, MAID accounted for 5.1% of the deaths in Canada. That is a 1,520% increase over 2016 when it became legal. We are seeing now a massive expansion to people who, in the vast majority of cases, will get better. 50 to 60% of people with mental illness will actually recover with no treatment. Even more for people who do have treatment available. I would not be here today had I been successful. I would not be here today had I not gotten over the darkest, worst feelings of my life that anyone could encounter. And that is something that I believe needs to be understood by those who believe this is an abstract question of legal theory and legal rights. These are real people. There are faces to this. If C-218 does not pass, people will die. And we have a right and a duty to stand up for those who need it. I will be proudly supporting this bill, and I thank so much my colleague for introducing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medical assistance in dying is a complex and deeply personal issue. It touches patients living with unbearable suffering, family and friends, and the health care professionals who care for them. Today, as we begin consideration of Bill C-218, I want to speak to how we got here, what the bill proposes, and some of the questions I have concerning this bill. Let me begin by briefly reviewing the path Parliament has taken over the last decade. Understanding the evaluation of law helps us understand the importance of moving carefully when changes are proposed. First, in 2015, in the Carter decision, the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the blanket prohibition on physician-assisted dying because it violated Section 7 of the Charter. The court suspended its ruling so Parliament could craft a new framework, one that balanced individual autonomy and dignity with the sanctity of life and the need to protect vulnerable people. It also recognized that Parliament is owed a high degree of deference given the complexity of the issue and the competing societal values involved. Second, in December 2015, a special joint committee on physician-assisted dying made up of MPs and senators was tasked with making recommendations on the legal framework to respond to the Carter decision. That committee heard from 61 witnesses, received 132 briefs, and published its recommendations in February 2016. Third, also in 2016, Parliament passed the former Bill C-14, which legalized the provision of MAID. It did so by creating a MAID framework in the criminal code, which is made up of eligibility criteria to determine who can obtain MAID, procedural safeguards to ensure MAID is provided safely, and exemptions to criminal offenses such as murder for practitioners who provide MAID in accordance with these requirements. Eligibility for MAID was originally restricted to competent adults whose natural death was reasonably foreseeable. Fourth, in 2021, Parliament adopted the former Bill C-7, which expanded eligibility for MAID to those whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. It also added additional safeguards to address the increased complexity of providing MAID in those situations. At the same time, Parliament temporarily excluded eligibility of MAID for individuals whose only health condition was mental illness for 2 years. Importantly, this was not due to the stigma or stereotyping about mental illness, but because experts made it clear that unique considerations, including how to assess whether a mental illness is irremediable, required further study and further health care system preparation was needed. Former Bill C-7 also required Parliament to establish a new special joint parliamentary committee on MAID, which heard from more than 150 witnesses, received hundreds of written briefs, and submitted 3 reports. In addition, the bill called for the Ministers of Justice and Health to initiate an independent expert review to recommend protocols, guidance, and safeguards for MAID for mental illness, which they did. Fifth, in 2023, Parliament adopted former Bill C-39, extending the temporary exclusion of mental illness by 1 year to allow time for federal, provincial, territorial governments in collaboration with professional bodies to prepare standards and training and to consider any recommendations from the Special Joint Committee. Most recently, in early 2024, a Special Joint Committee and several provincial and territorial ministers of health called for more time for provincial and territorial health system to prepare for the lifting of the exclusion. Parliament passed former Bill C-62, extending the temporary exclusion to March 2027. At the same time, Parliament also mandated that a further review be undertaken by a Special Joint Committee of Parliament to begin by February 28, 2026. The committee is expected to provide a further assessment by Parliament on the readiness of provincial and territorial health systems for the expansion of MAID eligibility to those whose only underlying condition is mental illness. I look forward to their findings and recommendations. We must also remember that when we speak for medical assistance in dying, we are speaking of a health service that doctors and nurse practitioners deliver as a part of end-of-life care. Changes to the legal framework for MAID have significant repercussions for a provincial and territorial health system, and changes should be informed by the experience of those responsible for health care in Canada. This brings me to Private Members Bill C-218. At its core, the bill proposes 2 notable changes. Number 1, to replace the term mental illness with mental disorder. And number 2, to change the structure of the exclusion provision. At first glance, these may seem like technical adjustments, but the first change in particular could have significant consequences for eligibility for MAID and how the law is interpreted. The term mental disorder is used in the clinical world, but it covers a far broader range of conditions than mental illness is intended to capture. A mental illness refers mainly to conditions that fall within the domain of psychiatry. The term does not include neurocognitive or neurodevelopment disorders, such as Parkinson's disease, which is typically treated by other medical specialties. Under Bill C-218, however, this condition could now be captured by the exclusion because it falls under the broader category of mental disorder. Currently, individuals whose sole underlying medical condition is a neurocognitive disorder are eligible for MAID. This leads me to an important question. Why broaden the exclusion to include conditions like Parkinson's disease that are currently eligible for MAID? If this was not the intent of the bill, then further clarity is needed. My second concern relates to the change in the Bill C-218 defines a grievous and irreparable medical condition. The Criminal Code definition of this term includes 3 components: a serious and incurable illness, disease or disability, an advanced state of irreversible decline in capability, and enduring physical or psychological suffering due to the person's medical situation. Currently, a mental illness is not considered to be an illness, disease, or disability. For the purpose of MAID eligibility, this means that a mental illness cannot meet the first requirement of a grievous and irremediable condition. Bill C-218 proposes something different. It states that a mental disorder is not grievous and irremediable medical condition. The question is why? What problem does it aim to solve that the current exclusion does not already address? Could this change be perceived as saying that a mental illness cannot result in ending suffering? When it comes to MAID, caution is essential. This is why the government has repeatedly committed to ensuring that provincial and territorial health systems are ready before any expansion takes effect. That includes training assessors and providers, developing and implementing clinical guidelines, and supports and strengthening oversight systems for MAID. Bill C-218 raises important questions, but before we move forward, we must ensure that its effects are clearly understood and aligned with the careful work Parliament has been doing for nearly a decade. The way Canada approaches MAID speaks to some of our most deeply held values: respect for personal autonomy and dignity, compassion for those who suffer, and a firm commitment to protecting vulnerable people. We owe it to Canadians who...
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 2h30.
It being 2:30 p.m., the House will adjourn until Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.